Chapter 372. Why is he in his third year? Because the international competition was held once every 2 years. Although it had yet to start, Jiang Shao, who was in his first year, would not be able to make it in time. The next one would be held in his third year. Jiang Shao thought about it and decided to look at the actual situation. If there was really a talented and powerful healer in the same year or the previous year, Jiang Shao wouldn't say anything. That was very likely to happen. After all, Jiang Shao was going to the best university in China, Beijing Star Warriors University. Of course, good assistants were always scarce. If she was chosen by another team and no one could protect her in the international competition, Jiang Shao would have to bite the bullet. Jiang Shao could now use skill points to advance to the galaxy stage, but it would be useless. On one hand, he was still in school, and it was the time for him to grow steadily. There was no need for him to rush things. He didn't have any urgent tasks, either, so there was no need for him to do that. On the other hand, the galaxy stage was a rather important juncture where star power and physical fitness cooperated to achieve a win-win situation. If Jiang Shao used skill points to advance, it would be a waste if his physical fitness couldn't keep up. If he made a mistake in his operation, he would not be able to enjoy the opportunity of a qualitative change. That would be a great loss for him. Han Jiangxue looked at the star bead in Jiang Zhao's hand and asked, "Heart of nature? All attribute star techniques?" Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and explained, "No, it's star techniques of nature, such as wind, fire, thunder, ice, and so on. Special star techniques like green glow and silence probably won't be able to resist it." Han Jiangxue nodded and said, "That's enough." Jiang Shao continued to ask, "By the way, you didn't acquire any other star techniques during the summer vacation, did you?" Han Jiangxue nodded gently and said, "Yes, I still have 13 star slots and 14 star techniques." Due to the fact that she was particularly compatible with star techniques of the fire attribute, Han Jiangxue's 13th star slot had 2 star techniques, consisting of silver quality flame centipede and gold quality flame centipede. She still had 3 star slots that could be used in the galaxy stage. Jiang Shao secretly prayed that the first star technique he absorbed would be the heart of nature. Please don't let it be frost, wind, and ice roar. She already had the control star techniques, barren wind and flame torch whip, and her output was even more explosive. Although the platinum quality ice roar could crush her output star techniques, nature's heart, nature's heart. Jiang Shao mumbled and continuously prayed for Han Jiangxue. He then picked out the 26 star beads and placed them on the coffee table in front of her. Han Jiangxue picked up an exquisite star bead, which seemed to be a world of ice and snow that was filled with endless wind and snow, emitting a cool mist that felt cold and comfortable to the touch. When Han Jiangxue saw Jiang Shao selecting the star beads skillfully, she couldn't help but ask, "The so-called white mountain snow feather star beads are very different from the white ghoul star beads, but are you sure that these are white mountain snow feather star beads? The star beads in the brains of creatures in the same dimensional space are similar." Jiang Shao paused and said, "I've been studying Baishan Shiryu's star bead in the snow mountain domain. Don't worry, there won't be any mistakes." Of course, Han Jiangxue had 100% trust in Jiang Shao. Since he said so, Han Jiangxue no longer hesitated and lit up her white flames star map. She then picked up a star bead and absorbed it. Due to the fact that the image of the star bead shattering and the cold mist fusing into Han Jiangxue's body, it seemed more like she had crushed the star bead. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue nervously, for fear that she would say frost wind. It couldn't be helped because the nature's heart was too helpful to Han Jiangxue. Hence, the risk was worth taking. Han Jiangxue exhaled gently and her eyes seemed to be filled with frost. She said softly, "Didn't you say that you wanted to show off your star technique to me?" Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment, for he didn't expect her to say that. Oh. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and got up to run back to his room to search. he asked loudly. When you packed up my clothes, did you see my dagger? It should be hanging on the leg of my camouflage uniform. The recurved bow didn't matter, but the half-toothed battle blade was given to him by Second Last. Hence, he couldn't afford to lose it. Although Second Last was a cold-blooded soldier, she was also a female, and women were extremely troublesome creatures. Their expressions were like the weather in June that could change easily. However, Second Last's facial paralysis wouldn't change no matter how much she changed, right? It was common for kittens to get angry, but I've never seen a big cat get angry. I'll pinch the big cat's tail when I have the time to see what she looks like when she gets angry. It's here, Han Jiangxue said from the living room. When Jiang Shao returned to the living room, he discovered that Han Jiangxue was holding on to a pitch-black half-toothed battle blade that was clean and had clearly been carefully cleaned. Jiang Shao grabbed the blade with his right hand and placed it on his left arm. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao gently slashed it and a white mark appeared on the spot where the blade had slashed. Han Jiangxue was slightly shocked and thought, why has this kid learned to harm himself? What are you doing? Han Jiangxue frantically grabbed Jiang Zhao's right wrist that was holding the blade. Self-harm? Hee, not only do I know how to harm myself, I've also learned how to perform a belly rub. This is just a small scene. Jiang Shao raised his left arm in front of Han Jiangxue and said, Look. Han Jiangxue observed it for a while, only to see that the white scratch gradually turned red and disappeared within a few seconds. It was as if his arm had never been injured at all. Of course, Han Jiangxue knew how sharp the half-toothed battle blade was. Even though Jiang Shao had used very little force, the blade had already left a scratch on his arm. It was impossible for it not to cause bleeding. Jiang Shao broke free from Han Jiangxue's hand and placed the blade on his left arm again. He said, Platinum quality endurance. Han Jiangxue felt a tinge of joy and asked with interest, Invulnerable? Is your defense that high? It's not to the point of being invulnerable. Jiang Shao then slashed his left arm with the sharp half-toothed battle blade again, only to see a white scratch that gradually turned into a red bloodstain. Finally, it returned to the normal color of his skin. If I really stab it hard, it can still stab into the skin. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows in bewilderment. She had seen how much force Jiang Shao used just now, and what he said was different from what she saw. Jiang Shao shrugged and said, You have to use a lot of force and the quality of the weapon has to be good. Otherwise, the weapon might break. Han Jiangxue stroked Jiang Zhao's arm and pinched it gently with her fair fingers, only to realize that there was no difference in the sensation. Her brother still had a normal, physical body. How amazing! It's clearly no different from a normal arm, but why is its defense so high? Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, As for firearms, I've never tried it before. I think it won't be able to defend against it. But then again, the white ghoul star beads are really easy to get. To be honest, I've never used white ghoul star beads before, and I've never intentionally improved the quality of green glow and endurance. When Second Last and I risked our lives to upgrade the quality of blessing and decoy, the quality of green glow and endurance also increased. That's what it means to have a large quantity. Han Jiangxue sat back down on the sofa and absorbed another star bead. She exhaled some cold mist and asked, How's the effect of green glow? Jiang Shao said, It's very strong. I can send it flying 20 meters away with a gentle touch. Coupled with my own strength and rich star power, the effect is definitely very strong. Han Jiangxue glanced at Jiang Shao, not really understanding how he managed to say something like, I have rich star power. Although her brother was shameless, it was still a good thing that the quality of his star technique had improved. In particular, as a healer, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anyone getting close to him with the help of green glow. Han Jiangxue suddenly frowned and saw that the 14th star slot in the burning white flames star map had yet to light up. Another platinum star bead had been used up. Han Jiangxue shook her head and picked up another star bead. Do you mean that blessing and decoy have been upgraded too? Jiang Shao nodded and said, yes, blessing has become a large pillar of light with a diameter of 5 meters. It also has a splashing effect. Most importantly, I can now control the power of blessing. In other words, although my blessing is of platinum quality now, I can control it to exert the effects of silver quality. Han Jiangshua's misty eyes lit up all of a sudden, giving Jiang Shao a great shock. Oh my, even when second last absorbed by Shanshua's star bead, it wasn't that terrifying. Why did little Jiangshua's eyes get filled with frost? Han Jiangshua said in joy, that's great. Blessing is your main offensive and auxiliary method. You can control its power. Be it against the enemy, me, or yourself, you can use targeted star technique. Jiang Shao agreed and said, yes, that should be the direction of the future upgrade of blessing. I think that's the same for the other star techniques. First, they'll get stronger and stronger, until they finally evolve and upgrade to lightness in heaviness. Han Jiangshua suddenly raised her head and took a deep breath before saying, ha! The white mist in his eyes gradually dissipated, and the 14th star slot suddenly lit up. Silver. No, it should be a luxurious platinum. Han Jiangshua said softly, I'm sorry. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Sorry? Why are you apologizing? Is it because you only managed to absorb 1 star technique after absorbing 5 by Shanshua star beads? Or did you not absorb the heart of nature? Han Jiangshua stretched out her slender hand and clenched it slightly. Fine ice shards quietly appeared in her palm and rotated rapidly before turning into a small ice vortex that spun rapidly in her palm. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved and he asked, ice roar. Han Jiangshua sighed heavily and spat out a layer of ice mist. Yes. Platinum quality ice roar? Your output, Han Jiangshua. Star weapon heavy cannon, super fierce? Chapter 373. Well, I really don't get what I want. But it's alright. Well, the output is never too high. There used to be only 1 snow mountain domain, so there were definitely only a few rules awakened who had platinum quality ice roar. Even now, with the frequent appearance of the dimensions in the snow mountain domain in the northwest battlefield, there probably wouldn't be many people who had platinum quality ice roar. It should be limited to the army and some powerful star warriors might be able to use it. As for the civilians, there were probably still very few people who had it, right? However, in the snowy mountain domain, second last only used 6 white mountain snow feather star beads to absorb 1 gold and 1 platinum, namely the frost wind and the heart of nature. Han Jiangshua, on the other hand, used 5 white mountain snow feather star beads to absorb 1 platinum ice roar. Han Jiangshua has 30 star slots, while second last has 28. What's going on? Home advantage? Is the snow mountain domain more suitable for absorbing such star techniques? Did second last get lucky? Was she particularly lucky that day? Or Han Jiangshua's white flame star map is more resistant to ice series star techniques? Hence, the success rate of absorption is lower? Jiang Shao thought about it and comforted her. What are you apologizing for? There aren't many people in the world who have platinum quality ice roar. You're very lucky to be able to absorb it. This time, our team doesn't lack output anymore. We have to find a good shield warrior to protect you. Han Jiangshua lowered her head to look at her palm, only to see that the small vortex of ice fragments was slowly dissipating. Immediately afterwards, a mist of ice surrounded her hand along with small ice crystals. Jiang Shao finally understood what it meant to have skin of ice and jade. He finally understood what it meant to be beautiful like the moon and her wrists as white as snow. He hurriedly got up and scurried back to his room, where he found the clothes that he had bought from shopping. After rummaging through it, Jiang Shao found the Sprite that he had just taken 2 sips of and hurriedly ran back to throw it at Han Jiangshua. Han Jiangxue reacted extremely quickly and caught the sprite that was flying towards her curiously. After taking a few steps, Jiang Shao returned to the sofa in the living room and sat down. The sprite in Han Jiangshue's hand was already covered in a layer of frost. Jiang Shao snatched the sprite from Han Jiangshue's hand. Wow, it's so cold. Jiang Shao unscrewed the bottle cap and raised his head to take a few sips. Whoa, his heart turned cold. But, why isn't my heart soaring? I don't care so much anymore. Jiang Shao turned around to look at Han Jiangxue, feeling as if he was looking at a human-shaped refrigerator and air conditioner. Moreover, it was the type of rapid cooling. On the other hand, Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao in disdain and retracted her hand that was surrounded by ice mist. This was a platinum-grade ice roar. Once it was launched, the savages and ape ghouls would probably be smashed into minced meat. But you use it for ice drinks? Han Jiangxue picked up a few more white mountain snow feather star beads and took a deep breath. She then thought of something and asked, "By the way, there's still one more star technique that you haven't mentioned. Where's your endurance? Has it also reached platinum quality?" "Yes." Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before saying, "My decoy can summon a physical entity. There can be two of me in this world at the same time." Han Jiangxue was shocked and watched as the starlight on the White Flames star map gathered on the star slot. All of a sudden, they drifted around and merged into the star map, disappearing without a trace. Jiang Zhao's heart was bleeding. Did I disturb her just now? Did I waste a precious platinum star bead for nothing? Wow, I feel terrible. Yes, she must have absorbed frost wind just now. So, I was right to interrupt. That must be it. Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment, Two shrimps? Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangxue asked, "Can you summon it for me to see?" However, Jiang Shao shook his head and said, "Let's wait for a few days. Once the decoy is summoned, it can only be retrieved after death. The taste of death is very painful." Han Jiangxue fell silent and stared at Jiang Shao for a long time. She then gently pressed her hand on his and said, "You must have suffered a lot during this special training." Jiang Shao forced a smile and clearly recalled the taste of death. He said, "It's nothing. When the decoy is upgraded to diamond grade, it'll probably be much better. Don't talk about me. Focus on absorbing the star bead." Jiang Shao picked up the ice sprite and took another gulp. "It's cold, the back of my head is a little cold." The two of them remained silent while the star beads dissipated in Han Jiangshue's hands one after another. Even the most composed girl couldn't help but feel a little flustered. However, Jiang Shao thought that it was a path that she had to take. After all, her star map was not very compatible with the ice star bead. Besides, that star technique was a platinum star technique, after all, and it was extremely powerful. Hence, the probability of absorbing it was naturally low. When there were only 14 star beads left in the tea box, Han Jiangxue finally opened her frosty eyes. Her body was emitting a cold mist, while the starlight in her 15th star slot continued to gather and finally took shape. Platinum color. It's platinum. It's not frost wind. Han Jiangxue was filled with surprise and Jiang Shao was no longer dejected. He hugged Han Jiangxue, who was on the sofa, and spun her around. He raised her up high and spun her around. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao cheered and yelled happily, "Wow! I succeeded! I saved a star slot! That's awesome! Make good use of it! We'll find you a functional star technique or a star pet." Han Jiangshue's body stiffened and her expression stiffened too. Let me down. Haha. Jiang Shao leaned forward and gave her fair and tender face a hard kiss. Mua, the veins on Han Jiangshue's forehead bulged. Jiang Shao Pai. As she spoke, a crimson circle of flames spread out. Silver quality star technique, flame rejection. Jiang Shao was pushed away by the flames and fell onto the ground after stumbling around. Han Jiangxue landed steadily and looked down at Jiang Shao with an unprecedentedly fierce gaze. Her attitude seemed to have reverted to the time when she spoke a million words. Jiang Shao quickly got up, covered his head, and scurried back to his small room. He shouted, "Congratulations! Congratulations!" Han Jiangxue reached out to wipe her face and resisted the urge to try her new star technique. Ice Roar. She then glared at the door. Her face, which was initially tense and cold, gradually turned red. She then turned around and walked back to her room. Dong. The door was slammed shut. The next day, which was August 19, 2015, was a rather interesting day. Han Jiangxue ignored Jiang Shao at all. Apart from eating, she had been staying in her room. How can you run away when we're under the same roof? Jiang Shao thought about giving her a day to recover, but it turned out that she was still ignoring him on August 20th. In fact, she didn't even leave her room. Did she accidentally awaken her otaku personality? That won't do. I have to make her realize her mistakes. Jiang Shao stayed in his room and played Give Me Love 5 for the entire day. He controlled Lao Chui and committed all sorts of evil deeds on the streets of Luoxingdu. The evil tyrant was finally dragged back to reality because of the growling of his stomach. Jiang Shao rubbed his stomach and looked at the setting sun outside the window before muttering softly, "Ah, poor thing. I used to be a toxic healer, but now I can't even afford to eat." Jiang Shao pondered for a while and thought about it. Should I do something? 15 minutes later. The sound of a cuckoo bird chirping could be heard. Han Jiangxue was standing in front of the windowsill, looking at the setting sun in the sky. Hearing the ringtone of her mobile phone, Han Jiangxue walked to the study desk and picked up her mobile phone, only to discover that it was a Weibo post from the person she was following. But that was incredible. The originally unknown little guy had now become a big V with 1 million fans. Official certification. 2016 National High School League Champion, 2016 National High School League Finals FMVP. Jiang Xiaopi Mischievous or Not just posted from Huawei Mate 8. The sunset. Autumn bugs made a lot of noise. Brother Xiaopi, whom I miss day and night, has arrived at your door. P.S. 365th day of liking little Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows and thought, it's already been 365 days? 1 year? The number of comments on this Weibo post was increasing rapidly. Ever since the National League, Jiang Shao had rarely posted on Weibo. Hence, he was finally caught by others. How flirtatious. Jiang Xiaopi, you're the coquettish one. Brother-in-law, I'll give you a math question. What's your sister's phone number? Wow. Bastard. He actually posted on Weibo. Did something happen? Jiang Xiaopi. Daddy. I'm suffering from a cold. Please bless me. I'm opening the door. Brother Shrimpy, where are you? Xiaopi, where are you? I'm waiting for you at the door. Shh. Don't talk. Shrimpy and I are already asleep. Good night, everyone. Han Jiangxue scrolled through the messages left by her female fans, asking them to wait for Brother Xiaopi at the door. She then casually tossed her mobile phone onto the table. Go to whomever you like. Knock on anyone's door you like. I knock, knock, knock. All of a sudden, Han Jiangxue heard someone knocking on the door behind her. Han Jiangxue's breathing stagnated slightly, and her frosty face seemed to have eased up a little. More than 10 seconds later, she finally strode towards the door. However, after taking 2 or 3 steps, her cold face tensed up again and she opened the door. The buzzcut boy leaned against the door frame and continued humming a tune. I made an appointment to meet you in the kitchen tonight. Stewed pork in double pot, 3 delicacies, chicken and mushrooms. Han Jiangxue looked at him, who seemed to be crying piteously for food. She tried her best to hold back her laughter and pretended to be indifferent. Starve. How could Jiang Shao be happy about that? I have to continue humming. In the middle of the night, stewed the goose in the iron pot, stewed the pork ribs in soy sauce, stewed the beans with ribs. Han Jiangxue felt like she had been brainwashed by the tune and her head was buzzing. She couldn't help but place her hand on her forehead and say, Don't sing anymore. I'll take you to eat. Let's go now, a million words. It's the 1-year anniversary. It's time for a good meal. Chapter 374. Ever since Jiang Shao sang a song for Han Jiangxue, his life had been very interesting. The two of them broke the awkwardness and resumed their warm interaction. The holidays of year 3 of high school were really idle. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue took their high school graduation certificates and went to the police station to register. A few days later, they received their Star Warrior identification document. It was a small black leather booklet that contained Jiang Zhao's photo, name, date of birth, high school graduation, and so on. The two of them were officially recognized as Star Warriors. In the future, if they were to be stopped during security checks, they would be able to straighten their back. With this small identification document, the two of them could also use a special bag to carry weapons. However, the country was especially strict in this regard. Some Star Warriors liked to drive their private cars to travel. Even if the distance was far, it would be much more convenient than being stopped by the subway or airport security personnel. The inspection, registration, and filling in forms were extremely tedious. As college students who were about to enter school, the Star Association did not give the two of them any mandatory task. Han Jiangxue had always been the one paying the membership fees, and Jiang Shao did not participate in it. Hence, during this period of time, Jiang Shao was very relaxed both physically and mentally. Apart from training in the morning and at night, Jiang Shao was free to do whatever he wanted. He also tried to develop his hobbies, such as dragging Han Jiangxue to learn how to swim. Their athletic talents were unquestionable, and they managed to learn it in 2 to 3 days. Jiang Shao would train in the morning and be with his bodyguard in the morning. In the afternoon, he would soak in the swimming pool and look at the long legs of the ladies in Beijing. In short, he led a very comfortable life, but unfortunately, the good times did not last long. Soon, it was the end of August. School was about to start on September 1st, and the two of them were about to set off for the capital. At this moment, Xia Changtuan, Xia Yan returned. Not only did she return, but she also brought along an invitation from her father for a banquet. What kind of person is Jiang Shao? How can he be invited just like that? Hence, he turned down the invitation right away. In the end, he almost became bald because of Xia Yan. Of course, Xia Yan knew who had the final say in the family. Hence, she coaxed and pestered Han Jiangxue for a long time before she finally agreed. In fact, Han Jiangxue had been thinking about it too. After all, his little brother had used the 10th form of the Xia family blade technique in front of the whole world. That name was obviously made up. Although it had a miraculous effect and allowed the team to win the competition, it had a negative impact on the Xia family. Han Jiangxue thought to herself that she could apologize to Xia Shanhai this time. Han Jiangxue conveyed her thoughts to Jiang Shao, who pondered about it for a while and agreed with her. Would Xia Shanhai accept it? I don't care anymore, it's a knife no matter what. Furthermore, would Xia Shanhai's saber technique be good enough if they only fought with sabers? It's not that I, Jiang Shao, am looking down on him. If he really forces me into a corner, I'll raise my saber technique to the gold rank. I'll let him see what the 10th style of the Xia family's saber technique looks like. I don't care. I've gone mad. I'm already inflated. At 1800 hours p.m. on August 26, 2016, in an ordinary residence in Jiangbin City. Come in, Jiangxue. Xia Jiangxue's mother, Heziyun, smiled lovingly. After opening the door, she beckoned for Han Jiangxue to enter. After seeing Jiang Shao, Heziyun smiled even more for some reason. Jiang Shao was flustered by her smile. He carefully entered the house and received the same compliment. He Ziyun said, Xiaopi has grown much taller and more energetic. Him? Of course, Xia Yan knew Jiang Zhao's standard. If she were Xia 3-year-old, Jiang Shao would be Jiang 3-year-old. However, Xia Yan's mother was right about one thing. Jiang Shao had really grown taller. Jiang Zhao's body had been developed to a great extent due to the large amount of sports training he underwent every day. Although the food he occasionally ate when he was out on missions was not nutritious enough, the star beads made up for it to a large extent. As a star warrior, Jiang Zhao's body had been nourished by the star beads. Xia Yan watched helplessly as Jiang Shao was about to catch up to her in height. When she started year 3 of high school, she grew by 2 centimeters and reached a height of 181 centimeters. From the perspective of a star warrior, being tall and long was considered a talent for melee combat. She was initially very happy, but after entering year 3 of high school, her height stopped growing. On the other hand, Jiang Zhao's height skyrocketed, and he was now close to 1.8 meters tall, almost the same height as Han Jiangxue. Xia Yan scanned Jiang Shao from head to toe and pursed her lip. Hand over your shoes. Hand over my ass? I'm wearing flip-flops. They're thinner than the soles of your slippers. I've finally grown up? In the future, I'll be able to press down on the head of a husky. Just the thought of it makes me excited. After getting past Xia Yan, Jiang Shao saw Xia Shanhai, the patriarch of the family, sitting on the coffee table. TSK, Uncle Xia is still so stylish. The last time I came to his house, he was drinking tea and reading newspapers. It's still the same this time. This cup of tea has probably been brewed for more than half a year, hasn't it? He's almost memorized the entire newspaper, hasn't he? Jiang Shao tried to hold it in, but he still didn't dare to ask. He and Han Jiangxue greeted Xia Shanhai politely, only to receive a gratified and appreciative smile from Xia Shanhai. You two siblings are really outstanding. What you've done has far exceeded everyone's expectations. Your parents will definitely be very pleased to see this. This was Xia Shanhai's polite way of opening the conversation. Jiang Shao, who was reserved, was ready to use gentleness to overcome toughness. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Uncle Xia, you must be joking. This is a team effort, and Xia Yan has contributed a lot too. She created history with us and led the Beijiang province team to stand at the top of the country. Xia Shanhai nodded in satisfaction and praised. Good, you're not arrogant or rash. You've really grown up and deserve all these honors. Regardless of whether I deserve it or not, the trophies and medals are all in my house anyway. My ranking has also been recorded in history. After chatting for a while, the family banquet finally began under He Ziyun's invitation. Xia Shanhai did not blame Jiang Shao. In fact, he didn't even mention the Xia family's swordsmanship, as if he had forgotten about it. Han Jiangxue took the initiative to mention it and even wanted to apologize, but Xia Shanhai stopped her. He waved his hand to indicate that he didn't take it to heart. That's right. Fighting and killing are not just about fighting and killing. It's about the ways of the world. Jiang Shao drank several glasses of peach juice with Xia Shanhai in a row. It might really be just a farewell banquet. According to Xia Shanhai, neither he nor Xia Yan's mother would accompany Xia Yan to the capital, because of Xia Yan's strong request. Xia Yan and Han Jiangxue were studying in the same school as Xia Yan, so they hoped that Han Jiangxue would take care of her. Jiang Shao could tell from Xia Shanhai's words that he was pleading with him. Xia Shanhai hoped that Han Jiangxue could continue to take care of Xia Yan and include her in the team. Parents are always kind to each other. Perhaps Xia Yan didn't take forming a team seriously, and she might even think that it was only right and proper for the team to continue staying together. However, Xia Shanhai, who knew how society worked, wouldn't take anything as a given. That was the Star Warriors University of the capital. Year after year, A large number of top seedlings would gather there. If it was purely based on ability, Xia Yan would probably be ranked at the back. What kind of person was Han Jiangxue? She was a super student who would be fought over everywhere. In fact, the students didn't even have to fight for her in private. The teachers would probably take the initiative to arrange a team. At this juncture, Han Jiangxue's thoughts were very important. Xia Shanhai's worries were not unreasonable, but from Han Jiangxue's perspective, she couldn't abandon Xia Yan. On one hand, it was because of the relationship between the two of them. On the other hand, Xia Yan's abilities and talent were above the standard. Poor Xia Yan. She clearly had 28 star slots and had obtained them through hard work. Yet, she was still underestimated by her father and even thought that she would be despised by her teammate. The same problem also occurred to Jiang Shao. Even though he won the national championship and even won the FMVP award over Shuang Xinghe, he still wasn't taken seriously. From the beginning to the end, Jiang Shao never received the respect he deserved. After hearing Jiang Zhao's name, most people would say, "Oh, he's that high school assistant. He's quite impressive. However, he has too few star slots and low qualifications. There's no room for growth." It seemed that Jiang Shao had already reached the pinnacle after becoming the champion and entering the Capital Star Warriors University. Jiang Shao ignored the netizens' characterization of him. In fact, some people even thought of all sorts of reasons to belittle Jiang Shao in order to gain a sense of existence. It was as if they would be able to step on Jiang Shao and gain great satisfaction if they were to belittle the champion. When they encountered an accident in reality, they would probably kneel down and kowtow to any medical star warrior who was of a lower level. They would also cry and beg for help. After 3 rounds of drinks and 5 dishes, Mr. and Mrs. Xia gave the children a good lecture, which could be considered to have completely closed the door on their high school careers and started their university careers. Xia Yan had been listening to them for a long time and was getting impatient too. After saying a few words to her parents, they stopped talking about it. Xia Shanhai began to be concerned about Jiang Zhao's holiday activities. He reckoned that he should have found out from Xia Yan that Jiang Shao had become a guardian of the Knight Apprentice. Xia Shanhai looked at Jiang Shao and asked with concern, "Have you adapted to the rhythm of the light-chasing team?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "It's all right. Master takes good care of me." Xia Shanhai said with relief, "That's good then." Xia Shanhai seemed to have thought of something and asked with concern, "I heard that you went to the Northwest battlefront and experienced a lot of dangerous dimensional spaces, right?" Jiang Shao downed the peach juice in one gulp and thought about his life in the Snow Mountain domain, as well as his tragic death in the snowfield. In the end, he nodded with a smile and said, "I've crossed mountains, rivers, and seas as well as people." Chapter 375. It was a family banquet, and both the host and the guests enjoyed themselves. By the time it ended, it was already past 9 p.m. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue left the Xia family's home together with Xia Yan, who left together with Xia Yan. Xia Yan had not lived at home for a long time, partly because Xia Yan's father did not know how to deal with the relationship between father and daughter. Perhaps it was also because there was no room for 2 tigers in the same mountain. Such problems were common in China and would probably exist for a long time due to educational issues. In the hearts of some parents, the child who had grown up relying on them was akin to an accessory. During the existence of such a relationship, the child would inadvertently be objectified. Even after such a relationship was severed, such a concept might still exist in the parents' hearts. Although the Huaxia people were unwilling to admit it, it had been passed down from generation to generation, and people would more or less have such ideas in their hearts. When a child grew up, or had their own independent thoughts and mature/immature ideas, whenever parents and children had different ideas, such contradictions would easily break out. Unlike ordinary parents and children, Xia Yan's father was very busy, while her mother was very rich. Her father's tradition and strictness and her mother's doting and pampering caused Xia Yan to move out of the house early. Unlike other ordinary families, Xia Yan was an awakened. Ever since she awakened her star power, she had been instilled with a series of concepts such as fighting, competition, and competition in school. Those factors had long been integrated into the blood of every star warrior. Regardless of whether one was innately strong or not, the school, society, and country would all guide one to be full of fighting spirit and competitive. Putting aside the right and wrong of every conflict and the right and wrong of growing up, when two people with strong personalities had to get along, they would definitely have to pay attention to the proper methods and method. Otherwise, the outcome would be obvious. Xia Yan drove her black Land Rover and roared all the way to Huiyuan Estate in Dongqing District. I wonder if her engine has leaked oil before. I wonder if I can get her car for 660,000 yuan. Anyway, she was driving rather aggressively and Jiang Shao dared not ask. Ever since she left home, she had been in a bad mood and she no longer looked like the crazy, 3-year-old Xia she used to. Her expression was rather sullen too. After sending the siblings upstairs, Xia Yan did not leave. Instead, she sat down on the sofa with Han Jiangxue and took out a small square box from her pocket. Jiang Shao recognized the small square box, which was a symbol of star beads. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and turned to look at Xia Yan. What do you mean? Xia Yan smiled and said, Have you forgotten what you asked me to do? Han Jiangxue was slightly stunned and said in embarrassment, Thank you. You're welcome, Xia Yan said casually, not bothered by Han Jiangxue's attitude. It was rather interesting. Xia Yan clearly didn't get along well with Xia Shanhai, but she got along well with Han Jiangxue, who was equally domineering. Most of the time that the two of them interacted with each other, Xia Yan would always be the one to give in first, or rather, she was the one who was relatively magnanimous. The relationship between friends and father and daughter was so complicated that it gave him a headache. Jiang Shao looked at the small square box curiously and asked, What star bead is it? What star technique do you fancy? Jiang Shao knew that Han Jiangxue had some spare cash on hand. Even if she went bankrupt, it wouldn't be impossible for her to buy 1 or 2 high-quality star bead. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan looked at each other and pondered for a while before tossing the small square box to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao opened the small square box and saw 3 grayish-brown star beads. Among the star beads that Jiang Shao had come into contact with, the mainstream ones were blue, white, and red. The grayish-brown ones were rather rare. Could they be Earth or Sand series star beads? Han Jiangxue said, Star beads from Korea. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. China was vast and rich in resources. What kind of star beads did it not have? He didn't even need to ask for star beads from Bang Bang. The three of them had been discussing the topic of concealment for a long time. Jiang Shao was busy with the mission with second last, but he didn't realize that Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan had already taken action. Jiang Shao held a star bead in his hand, and the relevant information appeared in his internal star map. Earth Hibiscus Star Bead, Gold Quality. Star Technique. 1. Earth Light. When the star map vibrates violently, there will always be a strong ray of light. Condenses star power, vibrates, and changes the original appearance of the star map. During the activation of this star technique, the use of other star techniques may cause one's own star power to go berserk. Star power will be continuously consumed when activated. Silver quality, upgradable. 2. Star concealment. Hides the fluctuations of star power in the body. During the activation of this star technique, the use of other star techniques may cause one's own star power to go berserk. Star power will be continuously consumed when activated. Silver quality, upgradable. 3. Secondary image, second phase. Star power will be continuously consumed when activated. Silver quality, upgradable. Do you want to absorb them together? What kind of star technique names are these? Are they all automatically translated from the internal star map? Apart from the second star technique, star concealment, which can be understood literally, are the others proper nouns? What the hell is Earthlight? What's a secondary image? Why does it seem like an official position in ancient times? Although the name was not easy to understand, the introduction was understandable. Smuggling is against the law, Jiang Shao said while pretending to look at the star beads. Xia Yan leaned against the sofa and crossed her legs, looking rather troubled. She did not intend to bicker with Jiang Shao and simply said, "Don't worry, I'll take care of it." Han Jiangxue looked at Xia Yan thoughtfully and clearly sensed that she was behaving strangely. She turned around and said, "I've specially checked and found out that it can change one's appearance, star power, and even change one's star map." "Oh, let me see." Jiang Shao picked up his mobile phone and began to check. Of course, he was well aware of the effects of the various star technique. After putting on an act, he decided to check the names of the strange star techniques to see if they were translated from Korean. Xia Yan suddenly said, "Basically, every country has their own star techniques that can be seen through. Only when the user has a high level of star power and a deep understanding of the star technique can they ensure that nothing goes wrong. Fugitives have to be more skillful than their pursuers. Otherwise, it's only right for them to be caught." Xia Yan's words were rather interesting because she compared disguise to a fugitive. Jiang Shao had already found out the meaning of Earthlight and realized that it was really a special term. Earthlight, the light that appears in the sky above the affected area when an earthquake occurs. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. It should be a coincidence, right? Did the Korean translation just happen to have this term in Chinese? Did the words coincidentally overlap? Deputy Prime Minister. That's just an ancient official title, all right? Okay, don't be conflicted. The meaning is completely different. Jiang Shao handed the small square box to Han Jiangxue and gestured for her to keep it. No one had an infinite number of star slots. Besides, Jiang Zhao's smuff plan had yet to succeed. Hence, he decided to study it carefully. On the other side of the sofa, Xia Yan finally spoke up. "I understand what he means." Jiang Shao asked him. Xia Yan answered, "Xia Shanhai." Han Jiangxue had long noticed Xia Yan's strange behavior. She reached out and gently placed her hand on Xia Yan's shoulder. Xia Yan forced a smile and said, "I initially thought that tonight would be a farewell party and a celebration party to congratulate the three of us for being admitted to the highest academy in China. However, I didn't expect him to have other thoughts." Han Jiangxue thought about it again and said, "Uncle Xia did it for..." Halfway through her sentence, Han Jiangxue stopped abruptly because she knew that Xia Yan didn't like to hear such words. Who wouldn't be rebellious at the age of 18? Or rather, if one's thoughts were not in line with one's parents', would one be labeled as rebellious forever? At present, Han Jiangxue's words were hardly effective because she was the strongest person standing at the top of the mountain. Xia Shanhai's words tonight were essentially because of Xia Yan's strength. Xia Yan sighed softly and said, "After you two entered, the first thing he said to you was..." Jiang Shao had a deep impression of it because he was a little narrow-minded at that time. He thought that the compliment was just a polite opening from Xia Shanhai. However, that wasn't the case. Xia Shanhai was really gratified and he was purely praising and encouraging the siblings. "What you guys obtained easily is the most extravagant thing for me." Xia Yan rubbed her forehead gently with one hand. "Ever since we returned from the National League, I haven't received any praise from him at all. Even during the training during the holidays, he didn't seem to look me in the eye." Han Jiangxue looked a little hesitant and gently stroked Xia Yan's arm, not knowing how to comfort her. After all, that was the way the Xia family interacted and educated them. Xia Yan scratched her chestnut-colored hair and seemed to be a little irritated. "He never took my achievements seriously, or rather deep down, he doesn't think that I deserve them," Jiang Shao said, The victory of the team belongs to everyone. If you want, I can analyze your role in every battle. Without you, our team would have failed and gone home a long time ago." Xia Yan smiled bitterly and said, "I know, but maybe he thinks that another melee fighter would do better than me. It doesn't matter what he thinks." While speaking, Jiang Shao walked towards Xia Yan's sofa, squatted down, and looked straight into her eyes. "What's important is what you think." Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Zhao's serious expression and felt rather complicated. People always say that people grow up slowly. Maybe not. A thoughtful remark and a mature action. People might grow up in an instant. People always say that people grow old slowly. Actually, that's not the case. A gaze that occasionally loses its luster and a heart that is exhausted and powerless. People always grow old in an instant. She was just glad that their lives had just begun. Chapter 376. It was the beginning of September. Outside the Beijing International Airport, two young and beautiful girls with extraordinary temperament attracted the attention of a large number of passengers. The reason for the large number of passengers was because there were too many good-looking men and women in the capital. Jiang Shao was wearing a Viking short-sleeved shirt, loose pants, flip-flops, and a cap on his head. His casual demeanor was rather compatible with the two girls beside him. Xia Yan was wearing a pair of short denim shorts that revealed her long and beautiful legs. She was also wearing a white t-shirt and a round hat to block out the sun. She was also wearing flip-flops on her fair and tender feet. Turned out that Xia Yan and Jiang Shao had similar taste. Han Jiangxue did not get led astray by the two rascals. She was wearing a light yellow knee-length dress and a sun hat. She also lowered her head and quickly left the place with the two rascals. Her reputation was not to be trifled with. As the champion of the high school league and the best rules awakened in the galaxy, she had the awareness of being a celebrity. Hence, it would be easy for her to be stopped. The three of them hailed a cab and went straight to Beijing Star Warriors University. On the way there, Xia Yan was still thinking about renting a house near the school and buying a car. However, during the 2-hour journey, Xia Yan gave up on the idea of buying a car because the chauffeur complained about it and she also experienced the traffic conditions of the capital. However, it seems that the idea of renting a house hasn't dissipated. In fact, there was no need for Xia Yan to rent a house outside. There were all kinds of houses in the school that were enough to satisfy her various needs. The only thing that kept Xia Yan from renting a house was the fact that it would be difficult for her to stay with Han Jiangxue. Hence, she had no choice but to rent a house outside. In Beijing Star Warriors University, there were dormitories for 2, 4, 6, and 8 people. The school would allocate the dormitories according to the students' grades and subjective opinions. The first point was needless to say. To a certain extent, it reflected the abilities of the student. Those with high comprehensive scores in the college entrance examination would be given priority. As for the second point, it was the so-called subjective opinions of the students. It was not enough to just think about it. She had to show it. How could she show it? Was there a need to ask? Money. Beijing Star Warriors University occupied a large area and there were many dormitories ranging from high-end to low-end. Apart from villas with separate doors and courtyards, there were all kinds of student rooms. Since they only accepted less than 1,000 students each year, there was no shortage of housing. In short, it could be summed up in one sentence. Either you have the strength or you have the money, the world is yours. Although the school was located in the southern suburbs of the imperial capital, the suburbs of a place like the capital were also overcrowded. There was an endless stream of cars. The traffic was jammed at the school entrance. The three of them got out of the car and saw students carrying big and small bags. As soon as Jiang Shao got out of the car, he looked at the modern-styled school gate and couldn't help but sigh deeply. He wanted to complain, but his mouth was dry after chatting with the driver for a long time. Hence, he didn't say anything. Xia Yan was very curious about everything around her. She had only seen the Capital Star Warriors Academy in videos, and now she was finally standing in front of the highest academy in China. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue had been here before and had also been brought around by the seniors in Year 4. The two of them had already completed the procedures and only had to report to their respective students. Hence, they were naturally prepared to be Xia Yan's guides. Hey! Here it comes. He's the champion student of the 16th year. A buzz of discussion rose from the pavilions set up by the school's gate. Where? Let me see. It's the three of them. Yes, that's right. They're all wearing hats so low. Aren't they keeping a low profile? Low profile, my ass. Look at these long legs of Goddess Yen. TSK. A tall and valiant boy stood up and said, Xia Yan is from our academy. I'm going to pick her up. The tall and mighty boy leaped over the table and even knocked down a freshman who was registering to receive his card. The freshman was full of resentment and thought, don't boys have human rights? Don't boys deserve to be led by their seniors? Bastard! Hu Han! Stop right there! The gazebo was immediately filled with shouts. Hu Han's actions had also caused another fight. Han Jiangxue from the court still needed someone to lead the way. All of a sudden, the few boys in the gazebo of the court looked at each other. The already hot weather seemed to have become even hotter. Chen Jia, you have a boyfriend. Watch your table manners. Hee, I just want to help my junior. Don't pull my hand, Qi Zihua. You're from the Auxiliary Academy, why are you snatching? Damn it. Who lit up the night flame for me? I'm from the Auxiliary Academy. I'm going to pick up my brother-in-law. Jiang Xiaopi. The atmosphere in the school was getting more and more heated, and so was the atmosphere outside the school gate. The three champions had obviously attracted the attention of many people. Although they were not pointed at, there was still a lot of discussion going on. At this moment, a loud roar shocked everyone. Capital Star Warrior! I'm back again! His voice made the bustling crowd outside and inside the school fall silent. Even the crowd at the school gate seemed to have stopped moving. The boy had long, flowing hair that was purple in color. Under the sunlight, his hair was extremely eye-catching. Non-mainstream? Punk? As soon as the boy alighted from the taxi, he grabbed his school bag and yelled at the gate, Li Liang, you old bald donkey, where are you recruiting students? I'm going to enter the school gate again. Come on. Kick me out again if you dare? Everyone was dumbfounded. How dare someone stand at the entrance of Capital Star Warrior University and curse? Everyone was dumbfounded, but Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue were stunned. The two of them looked at each other and heard a particularly familiar name, Li Liang. Isn't he the chief examiner of the special enrollment for the two of them? Does he have a feud with Li Liang? Does he mean that Li Liang kicked him out of the school gate? Washing, scissors, and blowing hair were seen carrying his school bag and swinging his shiny purple bangs as he strode into the main entrance of the Capital Star Warriors University. Phew! Washing Scissors' Wind seemed to be a lunatic as he raised his head and took a deep breath, seemingly trying to feel the difference between the air inside and outside the school gate. What difference could there be? Both of them were outdoors, and the air was the same as it was a step away from them. However, Washing Scissors' Wind seemed to have been poisoned as he seemed to be intoxicated. Li Liang, where are you? Don't hide inside and keep quiet. I know you're home. What are you yelling about? What are you yelling about? A solemn voice approached from afar, and a team of 6 people rushed over quickly. The 6 boys were tall and burly, and they were all wearing the same black school uniform. Yes, Capital Star Warrior University also had uniforms, but there was no mandatory requirement for students to wear them after entering university. Hence, very few students would wear them. The black school uniform was also very different from the usual red and white school uniform of Capital Star Warrior University. It was more like a casual suit. Clothes make the man, and the boys looked especially mighty and handsome in them. Jiang Shao and the others watched the show secretly and vaguely heard the words, "Campus Law Enforcement Team," from the discussion. Under normal circumstances, the so-called Campus Law Enforcement Team should be composed of personnel sent by the state. However, it seemed that the students had their own law enforcement team too. The tall boy in the lead had a tanned and stern face. Judging from the first button of his white shirt that was unbuttoned and the skin on his sleeves, Jiang Shao could tell that not only was his face tanned, but his body was also black. He Qing, the captain of the Campus Law Enforcement Team. He has been the captain of the law enforcement team since the second semester of Year 1. Since the first year of school, he has defeated all sorts of troublemakers. He's already in Year 4 this year, and no one has been able to take advantage of him, a gentle voice said from beside him. Jiang Shao turned his head to look at his side, only to see a slender and gentle-looking boy. Realizing that he had attracted the attention of the three champions, the boy smiled and said, "Hello, famous junior brothers and sisters." Jiang Shao was rather friendly and said, "Hello, senior, may I know your name?" The gentle-looking boy smiled and bowed slightly. Although it was a small gesture, he had the charm of an ancient person. "The sun rises in the east and I'm invincible. When I was born, the sun rose and the sky was filled with purple clouds. My surname is Dongfang. My family hoped that I would be invincible and emerge victorious, so they named me Dongfang Old Ing." Xia Yan's face was filled with question marks. "Huh! Ahem." The gentle-looking boy coughed gently and blushed. "I was a little nervous and blurted it out. I'm Dongfang Weiming." Xia Yan took off her sun hat and scratched her chestnut-colored hair before saying, "Senior Dongfang you. Don't be nervous. Don't tremble you." Dongfang Weiming's smile was a little stiff as he said, "I'm from the student union, and I'm in charge of receiving and guiding the new students to register. Student Xia Yan, let me bring you to register, shall I?" Xia Yan looked at the gentle-looking Dongfang Weiming with interest before turning to look at Han Jiangshu. Pointing at her nose, she asked, "Are you sure you want to bring me along?" Dongfang Weiming nodded without hesitation and said, "I'm from the academy, so of course I have to bring the new students of our academy. I can also introduce you to the general situation of our academy." "All right." Xia Yan nodded and turned to look at the siblings. "Haven't the two of you completed all the paperwork? Go to the dormitory and put down your luggage first. Don't get stared at here. While the students are distracted by the law enforcement team, you two can go in first. We'll talk to you later." The siblings looked at each other and nodded. Xia Yan turned to look at Dongfang Weiming. She was cheerful and even a little shrewish. Of course, she wouldn't be bashful like a little girl. She tilted her head and asked, "Shall we go?" "Of course." Dongfang Weiming took the luggage that Xia Yan was dragging away in a gentlemanly manner. As a girl with an outstanding appearance, Xia Yan was used to such things and simply nodded in a friendly manner to thank him. Just as she was about to ask the law enforcement team about the situation, Dongfang Weiming asked softly, "Han Jiangxue is still single, right?" Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Chapter 377. In the gazebo of the student union by the school road, a boy suddenly slapped his forehead and said with a smile, "Ahaha, I remember now. Isn't this Bai Yi who was specially recruited last year and then kicked out by Iron Maskely? Oh yes, yes, yes. I remember him. This kid seems to be the first student who wasn't recruited because he was too arrogant in so many years." A second-year student gloated. "And it wasn't because he didn't have good results or strength. He was kicked back to his original school because he didn't respect his teachers." A student asked curiously, "Logically speaking, he should be in the same year as us, right? After he was kicked back, he repeated for a year and came back to the Capital Star Warrior University?" TSK. This kid is quite strong, huh? He actually managed to get in again? I like this junior brother. He's ambitious. He's proud and arrogant enough. What's his occupation? He's a melee fighter. He uses a machete and a flying knife. He can be close or far away. A girl silently looked at Bai Yi and sighed regretfully. He was once the god of war in our high school. He was the kind that could take on an entire team alone. It's just that he was too arrogant, so no one liked him. We've all been around his age. Who doesn't have some arrogance? It's a waste of youth if one isn't arrogant. A senior student looked at Bai Yi. When he heard the words, melee fighter and god of war, his eyes lit up and he began to size Bai Yi up with interest. The girl looked at Bai Yi, who had already gotten into a conflict with the leader of the law enforcement team, Black Prime Minister, and sighed. I wonder what he's going to suffer this time. Senior Black Prime Minister doesn't give in to anyone. At this time, it was the time for students to report to school. There were many people outside and outside the school gate. All of them were geniuses and their parents. Whether it was the leader of the law enforcement team, Black Prime Minister, or the arrogant Bai Yi, they seemed to be in a difficult position. Just like what the student said just now, he was young and full of vigor. Coupled with his extremely strong strength, it was inevitable that he would be a little arrogant. However, this kid had just been kicked back by Li Liang last year, and this year, he called out his name, stood at the entrance of the school, and even got into a conflict with the law enforcement team. Would he be kicked back to his original school again? Bai Yi flicked his purple bangs and revealed his arrogant side profile. He raised a finger at the Black Prime Minister. I've been waiting for a year for a chance. I want to prove myself. I don't want to prove that I'm great. I want to tell everyone that I must get back what I lost. Wow, this kid is quite handsome. Handsome my ass, who doesn't know how to memorize lines. Holy sh*t. This purple bangs. It's as if I've returned to 7 or 8 years ago, watching my brother write my sister-in-law's name on his cigarette and inhale it into his lungs. Black Deputy ignored Bai Yi's lines and said directly, "Go in quietly and obediently and go through the admission procedures. Otherwise, we will deal with you according to the school rules." Bai Yi flicked his bangs. Under the sunlight, it was dazzling. What are you? Black Deputy's skin was already very dark, and now his face was even darker. His expression was extremely serious, and his voice was even more serious. Captain of the law enforcement team, Black Deputy. I'll give you one last chance. Shut your mouth and go quietly. Don't disturb the school's order. Bai Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at Black Deputy in disdain. Black Cheng? Captain of the law enforcement team? This position is not bad. I think I can play around with it. The members of the law enforcement team behind Black Deputy were furious. They looked at the rebellious junior in front of them with pity. One of the members could not help but say, "You want to challenge our captain? One-on-one?" Bai Yi threw his school bag on the ground and took out 2 flying knives from behind his waist. He played with them in his hands. His movements were smooth and natural, and it was pleasing to the eye. What's the strength of your captain? The member of the law enforcement team could not help but whisper, "Our captain is at the pinnacle of the Star River realm." Bai Yi's hand that was playing with the flying knives paused. A few seconds later, he slowly put the flying knives back into his belt. He nodded and said, "His strength is not bad. He's a decent opponent. 1 year later, I'll go and challenge him." As he spoke, he put away the flying daggers and picked up his school bag from the ground. He lowered his head and walked past the Black Deputy like a ghost. Everyone was dumbfounded. What was going on? Was he afraid? This bastard was afraid? What happened to his arrogance just now? He disappeared just like that? However, in the pavilion, the girl who had been secretly worried about Bai Yi was delighted. War God Bai had grown? Had he finally learned to lower his head? The senior from the student union, who had long been interested in Bai Yi, had a smile of admiration on his face. Different from the disdain of the other students, He felt that Bai Yi was a good material. It seemed that after being kicked back to his original school, Bai Yi had not wasted his time. He still had his sharp edges, but he had learned to be afraid? From the looks of it, the reason why he was shouting at Li Liang was not because he wanted to challenge the teacher, but because he wanted Li Liang to see that he had returned. Just to make him look good? Black Deputy did not say anything. He looked at everyone sternly and said, "Everyone, go through the admission procedures in an orderly manner." The member of the law enforcement team clearly did not like such an arrogant junior. Seeing that Bai Yi was suddenly afraid, the member of the law enforcement team felt even more disdainful. He smiled at Bai Yi, who was passing by, and said, "Our captain will graduate in 1 year. What? You want our captain to stay back and wait for you to challenge him?" Bai Yi's footsteps suddenly stopped. In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on him again. Black Deputy frowned and looked at his team member. He seemed to be a little unhappy. The member of the law enforcement team smacked his lips but did not say anything. But Bai Yi turned around and said loudly, "One-on-one is boring. Let's fight as a team. Let's do it properly. You can go up too." Wow. Oh! There was an uproar and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. He was the captain of the law enforcement team, who was at the peak of the galaxy peak in the year 4. Did he really dare to fight? Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers? The captain of the law enforcement team was amused. "Seeing how arrogant you are, I'm afraid no one is willing to be your teammate, right? All the college entrance examination teams are formed by crying and begging, right?" Bai Yi was so angry that his face turned slightly red. He pointed at the small iron gate in the distance and said, "Those two are my future teammates." Everyone turned around in shock, only to see a small group of people blocking a young couple at the small iron gate at the edge of the school gate. They were all talking about something. Everyone's gaze fell on them. The 6 seniors who were forcefully helping Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiao to register stopped one after another, somewhat confused. "Goddess Shui! Goddess Pai!" someone exclaimed out of nowhere. All of a sudden, the atmosphere inside and outside the school gate became lively. Although the 2 freshmen had just entered the highest academy in China, they were already famous all over the world. The champion of the 16th National High School League. The undisputed champion of the 16th National High School League, Han Jiangxue, and the FMVP of the finals, Jiang Xiaopi. Han Jiangxue and Jiang Xiaopi were a little dumbfounded too. The 2 of them wanted to quickly check into the dormitory, but they were targeted by their seniors. Although they had gone through the small door at the side, they were still stopped. Jiang Xiao was just thinking about how to break through the encirclement with Han Jiangxue. However, he failed to break through the small encirclement and instead, he was targeted by everyone. Bai Yi humphed coldly and said, "These are my future teammates. What do you think?" Jiang Xiao was bewildered. "What's going on? How did I become your teammate?" Of course, Jiang Xiao knew that Bai Yi had a dispute with the law enforcement team. Regardless of the process, he seemed to be trying to implicate others. Bai Yi looked at the siblings from afar, but his gaze was fixed on Jiang Xiao. He said, "Jiang Xiaopi, let me introduce myself. I'm your future teammate Bai Yi. I really admire your performance in the finals. You're not bad. You're qualified to be my teammate. Damn it, not only do you like to stir up trouble, but you're also afraid of getting into trouble? Not only are you afraid of getting into trouble, but you're also incompetent? Did you admire my performance in the finals? What do you mean? You're just a fan, aren't you? You seem to be trying to implicate me, aren't you? You're just a fan who made a mistake and the idol has to pay for it, right? Kid, are you trying to fool around with me?" Bai Yi held his head high and said loudly, "What do you think? Future teammates, why don't you join me and meet them?" "What the hell? Am I crazy? I'm not related to you and I don't even know you." Seeing that the siblings did not react, Bai Yi couldn't help but try to provoke them. "Why? Are you scared? Don't sully the reputation of the champion. Say something, will you? Everyone was waiting for Jiang Zhao's reply. Jiang Zhao was extremely displeased and he almost laughed out of anger. What did you say? Friend, are you trying to start a renaissance? Bai Yi asked with a look of confusion. What? Jiang Zhao shook his head and used his fingers to brush the air in front of his forehead. He gestured to Bai Yi's bangs and said, Renaissance. Bai Yi was dumbfounded. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Amidst the laughter, Bai Yi's face turned cold and he hollered furiously, Are we going to fight or not? Do you dare or not? Answer me. Jiang Zhao grabbed Han Jiangshue's shoulder and walked quickly towards the school. He then turned around and yelled at Bai Yi, Fight? No problem. Bring your cement and gather at the entrance of the village at 5 p.m. Bai Yi was speechless. At hashtag yen percent and percent yen hashtag at. Chapter 378. Haha, the little toxic healer really lives up to her name. She almost killed that arrogant kid with just 2 sentences. Bring the cement and gather at the village entrance. Ha 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 ha, I'm dying of laughter. Although he's my brother-in-law, he's holding my sister's shoulder. I'm so jealous. Don't try to get close to me. That's my brother-in-law, not yours. Amidst the discussions, Jiang Zhao quickly led Han Jiangshue away from the place where they were in trouble. Jiang Zhao was not a fool, nor was he at the age of 8th grader who could not distinguish right from wrong. You're crazy, you're arrogant, you want to prove yourself, you want to show off, then go ahead and do whatever you want, don't drag others down with you. If Jiang Zhao hadn't retorted with a few jokes, the so-called champion student might really have been hung up high and suffered an unexpected calamity. The two of them turned right at the first intersection, passed by the huge library, and continued forward. After another intersection, they arrived at the school's dormitory area. The two of them walked past 2 dormitory buildings with multiple dormitories and came to a tree-lined path beside the school's wall. They stuck close to the wall, turned left, and continued forward. After walking for a long time at the edge of the dormitory area, he finally found Han Jiangshue's dormitory. Both of them were specially recruited students, so they had priority in choosing their dormitory. In fact, the dormitory for the two of them had already been arranged during the special recruitment. Han Jiangshue chose a dormitory for 2 people, which was already the one with the least number of people. If there was a single room, she might have chosen it. It wasn't that she didn't think about Xia Yan. On the one hand, Xia Yan had yet to take the college entrance examination and her results were unknown. On the other hand, Han Jiangshue had already made a lot of requests to the school, the biggest of which was to give Jiang Zhao a spot in the special recruitment program. It was really difficult for Han Jiangshue to make any more requests to the school. Apartment 11 is the best apartment on campus. It only had 2 floors, and each floor had 4 independent dormitories. Each dormitory had 1 bedroom, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 2 bathrooms, with a usable area of more than 100 square meters. This kind of dormitory could be considered luxurious. Jiang Zhao, on the other hand, chose a 4-person dormitory. Back in high school, he hadn't been able to find a buddy to share a cigarette with. Now, he finally had a chance. People needed to make friends. In particular, people like Jiang Zhao needed to expand their connections. Jiang Zhao thought that it would be just right for 4 people to share a room with 6 or 8 people to share a room with. In university life, it was not easy to make a few sincere friends. Some roommates might break up after graduation because of incompatible personalities and different ideas. To be honest, this group of children were all favored by the heavens. Not all of them were frivolous and unruly, but at the very least, each of them had their own personality. To truly get along well with each other, it really required methods and fate. Of course, from another perspective, those who could enter the capital Star Warriors University were definitely not weak. If they got along well, they would be able to take care of each other in the future. No one could shamelessly boast that they never asked for help. Jiang Shao had an internal star map with him. In the process of growing up, he had been taken care of by many people. Han Jiangxue wanted to help Jiang Shao move into the dormitory first, but Jiang Shao wouldn't agree. He was still thinking about seeing if Han Jiangshue's roommate was good-looking. Mainly because he wanted to help Han Jiangxue make the bed. Well, as the only male in the family, he should take care of little Jiangxue when he's out. Han Jiangshue's dormitory was on the second floor of apartment number 11, which was Fang Chaonan's room on the left of the stairs. When the siblings arrived, the door of dormitory 1107 was open. The two of them walked in curiously and were greeted by a huge living room. The decorations were elegant and the furniture looked quite expensive. There were tables, chairs, sofas, and televisions. There was also a huge fish tank placed against the wall. There were rocks and grass in the tank, but no fish. On the open balcony in the distance, there was a slender figure standing sideways to the two of them beside the exquisite glass table and chairs. The girl had her head lowered and was holding a small flower pot in her hand. She was gently pinching the fleshy leaves with her slender fingers. She had shoulder-length hair and a smooth forehead. She was wearing a red and white sportswear that made her look cheerful and energetic. Should she be a sporty type? Bright eyes, white teeth, a nose, and soft lip. That's the girl I'm talking about, right? The warm sunlight shone on the side of her face, making her look pleasing to the eye. Jiang Shao didn't know that she wasn't wearing any makeup. As long as he couldn't tell, he would treat her as if she was barefaced. Is this Han Jiangshue's roommate? Which girl doesn't like to look good nowadays? All of them were dressed up gorgeously. Ever since Jiang Shao entered the school, he had been dazzled by the sight of them. Amidst the flowers, the girl was dressed in a red and white sportswear similar to that of the national team, which was rather eye-catching. When the girl saw the siblings enter, she smiled brightly and said, "Hello." Han Jiangxue nodded to show her friendliness. She looked at the two bedroom doors and said, "Which one is mine?" "Oh my gosh, little Jiangxue, your social skills are terrifyingly weak." Jiang Shao, on the other hand, was different. He walked in with a smile and said, "Hello, energetic big sister." At first, Jiang Shao thought that she was tall and slender, but the closer he got, the more he felt that something was amiss. She was very tall and had a well-proportioned figure, which reminded Jiang Shao of Shen Xing, the Malay fighter from Kainan province. She had long arms and legs, which was a visible physical talent for Malay fighters. Of course, it was impossible to say that he was not talented since he was able to get into the Star Warrior University in the capital. The most outstanding group of students in the country had gathered here. People could be seen everywhere on campus. They were all outstanding students from their respective high schools or even their respective regions. Hearing his words, the girl smiled and placed the small basin of succulents on the small table. She then leaned against the balcony railing that was made up of white stone pillars and looked at Jiang Shao. "Jiang Xiaopi, you know, at the last moment of the finals, you single-handedly defeated an agile and support team from number 32 high school. You gave me a great shock. I also became a fan of you that day. Come, let's take a photo together." The girl then pointed at the bedroom on the right, indicating that it belonged to Han Jiangxue. Her voice was very gentle and she smiled slightly, revealing her white and neat teeth. Judging from her Beijing accent, she should be a local of the capital. Jiang Shao walked over naturally. She would be little Jiangshue's roommate for the next 4 years. It was necessary to get along well with her. Yes, that's the reason. It's definitely not because she's beautiful when she smiles. Jiang Shao strode forward, and the girl took out her mobile phone gracefully and placed one hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Kacha! It was beautiful. Jiang Shao took a step back and secretly sized up the gentle and generous girl in front of him, but he began to mutter to himself. Strange, she clearly looks very tall. Why is she about the same height as me? Women are indeed liars. Is it because of her good body proportions? Classmate, what's your surname? Where do you come from? Which academy are you from? Jiang Shao imitated her actions and leaned against the railing of the white stone pillars. He then took off his hat and the sunlight shone on his face. Yeah, it's a little suntanned. Hence, Jiang Shao put on his hat again. Wasn't she standing there pinching the succulents just now? Why didn't I feel like I was suntanned? Could it be that she's thick-skinned? TSK. I've just arrived and I've already solved a case. Of course, the girl didn't know that Jiang Shao was going crazy. She stretched out her hand and said, Song Chuanxi, a local. Combat Academy, Melee Combat Class. Oh, you're indeed a melee fighter. Looking at your physical condition, it's a pity that you're not a melee fighter. Jiang Shao nodded. In the Combat Academy, there were shield fighters and melee fighters. In the melee fighters, there were combat fighters and assassins. The name of the class was basically the future direction of development. For example, take the students participating in the National High School League this year. Xia Yan, Wu Haoyang, and the others would probably be students in the combat class, while Yuan Qinghua and Xin Xing would probably be assigned to the assassination class. Of course, the premise was that all of them were admitted. Jiang Shao paid some attention to these people. Wu Haoyang should have gone to the military school, and the nurses of the infamily should have been retained by Beijiang Star Warriors. As for Qian Zhuang, Jiang Shao really didn't pay attention to him. The best melee fighter this year, Yuan Qinghua, had been specially recruited by Shanghai Star Warriors a long time ago. In fact, most of the top high school students in this year's competition had entered Beijing Star Warriors and Shanghai Star Warriors. Jiang Shao smiled and asked, Since you can stay in a two-person room with my sister, you're definitely strong. Why didn't I see you participating in the National High School League? Song Chuanxi smiled and shook her head. I did. You just didn't notice. Jiang Shao blinked and said, That's impossible. She's such a beautiful girl. That's impossible. I've been very diligent and studied all my opponents thoroughly. It's impossible that I didn't see your information. Song Chuanxi exerted strength in her back and stood up with the help of the rebound of the stone pillar. She then stretched and her slender figure was extremely pleasing to the eye. She took out a hair tie from her pocket and tied her shoulder-length hair into a ponytail. She said, I participated and I even won second place. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. I'm not well educated. Don't lie to me. Isn't number 32 high school in second place? What's that melee fighter's name again? He's the one who was sent flying by me using the 10th style of Xia Clan's saber technique, Great Compassion and Great Compassion saber technique. Enmi. Yes, Enmi, wasn't that a man? How did he change his sex in one holiday? Song Chuanxi couldn't help but smile at the sight of Jiang Zhao's dumbfounded expression. She couldn't help but reach out to rub Jiang Zhao's buzz-cut hair like a gentle elder sister. She said, I participated 3 years ago. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. 3 years ago? Song Chuanxi nodded and tapped Jiang Zhao's forehead with her finger. Smiling gently, she said, Let me reintroduce myself. My name is Song Chuanxi. I'm in year 4 this year and I'm the head of the Melee Warfare Department of the Student Union. My goodness, this is incredible. She's a senior? Or the head of the Melee Combat Department of the Capital Star Warriors University. Wouldn't his strength start from the Milky Way realm? Did I just call her a girl? In the living room, Han Jiangxue had just taken a look around the bedroom. As soon as she walked out of the room, she happened to see the gentle and beautiful girl knocking her brother's forehead. Apex. Chapter 379. Han Jiangxue's voice was cold as she looked at the man and woman on the balcony expressionlessly. Xiaopi! Hey! Jiang Shao turned around and saw Han Jiangxue. He grinned and tilted his head slightly, gestured to Song Chuanxi, who was beside him, and said, "This is Senior Sister Song Chuanxi, the head of the Melee Warfare Division." Jiang Shao then introduced Han Jiangxue to Song Chuanxi. "My sister, Han Jiangxue." Song Chuanxi nodded with a smile and said, "Of course I know that's your sister. I've watched every single one of your competitions." Han Jiangxue did not react much and simply nodded at Song Chuanxi. However, the sunlight shone on the two of them, painting their figures with a touch of gold. The scene was rather beautiful. It was indeed beautiful. However, the sunlight was rather glaring. Due to the fact that it was glaring, Han Jiangxue said, "Let's go, Xiaopi. Let's go to your dormitory." Jiang Shao walked back to the living room from the balcony and turned around to wave at Song Chuanxi. "I'm going to check in first. See you later." Song Chuanxi looked at the brother and sister, one cold and one warm, and nodded in his heart. Although they had heard about her official position, the siblings did not try to get close to her. Regardless of whether it was because the two of them were young and inexperienced, or because of their personalities and principles, or because of their outstanding strength and confidence. In short, their nonchalant reactions made Song Chuanxi feel very comfortable. In fact, not only did Song Chuanxi not feel that Han Jiangxue had the intention to befriend them, she even felt a trace of indifference. Watching the siblings disappear at the door, Song Chuanxi smiled and said, "Han Jiangxue, you live up to your name." Han Jiangxue lived up to her name, and so did Song Chuanxi. The siblings walked forward silently and Jiang Shao did not know what happened. Besides, Han Jiangxue had a cold personality and was a rather quiet person. Hence, Jiang Shao did not feel the slightest bit strange. On the way to apartment number 17, a certain someone's Weibo page was bustling with activity. Bustling with activity just posted from Glory Note 8, got to know a cute guy. At Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not picture. The picture below was a selfie of Song Chuanxi hugging Jiang Shao on the balcony. Most importantly, Song Chuanxi's smile was very beautiful, which made the photo of the two of them look even better. With the addition of the sunlight slightly blurring the picture, there was no need to show off such a beautiful picture. However, the comments below were filled with wails. "Bastard! Jiang Xiaopi! This was only the first day of reporting. The first day. Bastard! Hee, who's trying to ride on my God Pie's popularity again? Let me see. Song Chuanxi? Song. Sorry to disturb you. This is a historic meeting." This was a pair of man and woman who stood at the top of Huaxia's high school circle. The champion and the runner-up had met, and the battle assistant had gotten to know each other for the first time. Now, please enjoy the scene of the car overturning. Where is the big sister? Wow, little Missy's smile is so gentle. There are so many outstanding people out there. I followed other people's comments here by mistake, and when I saw the Weibo verification, I was a sissy. Runner-up in 2013, bustling with activity, help me send a message to the toxic healer. Tell him to update more on Weibo and stop flirting with girls. Song Chuanxi had almost twice as many fans as Jiang Shao. Although she was the runner-up, she was able to make it to the finals and stand on the highest stage. Hence, she was also a popular figure. Even now, as a student of the Capital Star Warriors Academy, her popularity did not decrease much. After all, she was a beautiful girl who was born with an advantage and would attract a lot of attention from passers-by. Hence, as soon as the Weibo post was posted, Jiang Zhao's Weibo also began to receive a large number of comments. Jiang Zhao's last Weibo post was the song, so the number of comments increased rapidly. "You're flirting with girls again, scumbag. Hee, Jiang Xiaopi mischievous or not, my door has been open for almost a week. Where are you? Didn't you say that you would come to my door? Are you lost?" However, most of the comments were directed at Song Chuanxi. Someone started the trend, but the comments below Jiang Zhao's Weibo post slowly began to converge and even formed a line. "The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. The hatred of stealing my wife is irreconcilable. Of course, most of the comments were sarcastic. Most of the outsiders were just there to watch the fun, but the insiders knew what was going on. Behind this beautiful picture, there was a slightly cruel reality. The photo that Song Chuanxi posted was indeed a declaration of sovereignty. Of course, the target of the declaration was not Jiang Shao, but Han Jiangxue. In fact, the photo was just a small start. The real act of declaring sovereignty was Song Chuanxi changing his dormitory and forcefully moving into apartment building number 11 to become Han Jiangxue's roommate. It was inevitable that he would be a little overbearing and unfair to Song Chuanxi. After all, Han Jiangxue's character was not easy to get along with. If she didn't like Song Chuanxi, she wouldn't accept his invitation. Given Song Chuanxi's character, he wouldn't really do anything to Han Jiangxue. Song Chuanxi would work hard and fight for it. Han Jiangxue had the intention to befriend him, but if the two of them were not like-minded, they would part ways on good terms. That was Song Chuanxi's character, and he would handle the situation that way. However, others might not. Hence, it might be more appropriate to change the act of declaring sovereignty to a war signal against a certain party. People always said that university was half a society and was no longer as simple as high school. The siblings, who were unaware of the situation, had no idea that they had already stepped into the vortex from the moment they were admitted to the Capital Star Warriors University. Since they were in the pugilistic world, they were destined to be unlucky. Want to be alone in the Capital Star Warriors University? Detached from the world? It wouldn't be easy. The siblings walked along the tree-lined path along the wall of the school and headed north. Looking at the road sign, they realized that the stadium was just one street away. Then, they found apartment building number 17. The apartment building was surrounded by green trees and had a great environment. It was also divided into 2 floors, but the difference was that the dormitories here were not luxurious and there were many of them. Each dormitory was for 4 people, with a bed, a table, and a bathroom. They did not have a separate bedroom like Han Jiangxue's. It was closer to a normal university dormitory because there was a guard there. Jiang Shao finally saw the legendary dormitory manager. That was the feeling that Jiang Shao wanted. The two of them quickly walked up to the 2nd floor, and the guard merely glanced at Han Jiangxue without stopping them. After all, it was the first day of registration. However, she was a little curious. Where's their luggage? Is she here to look at the dormitory? Jiang Shao enjoyed 5-star treatment and his luggage was in Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher. The pitiful Xia Yan had no choice but to drag her suitcase along because she was separated from the siblings. Jiang Shao strode into dormitory 1707. Whoa, this place was not small. It was at least 60 to 70 square meters. It was a very proper dormitory. There were already 2 boys packing up in the dormitory without their parents accompanying them. Hello, guys. Jiang Shao looked at the 2 boys. One of them was sitting on a chair and cleaning up the desk, while the other was kneeling on the bed. Both of them chose to sit by the window, one on the left and the other on the right. They arrived first and the school only gave them their dormitory numbers instead of their bed numbers. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't say anything. There seemed to be no conversation between the two of them, and the atmosphere was rather silent. Upon hearing Jiang Zhao's voice, the two of them turned around one after another. When they saw that it was Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue, they were both agitated and clearly recognized the siblings. Hello, Jiang Shao. The boy on the bed rolled over and landed heavily on the ground with a loud thud, giving Jiang Shao a great shock. What kind of body is this? Why is it so heavy? This accent. Where does this accent come from? It's so strange. Jiang Shao sized up the burly man in front of him curiously. He was more than 9 meters tall and had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a dignified appearance. In particular, His eyebrows were slightly raised, which made him look like a typical reclining silkworm. He looked especially heroic. His muscles were bulging, and he was wearing a white short-sleeved shirt that seemed like it would burst at any time. Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, "Nice to meet you too. Where's your accent from?" The tall and burly boy laughed heartily. He lowered his head to look at Jiang Shao and spoke in Mandarin again. "Haha, I was a little agitated and accidentally exposed my accent. Haha. Let's get to know each other." The boy stretched out his hand and said, "Ren Shu, I'm from the Sea Troopers of Ludong Province." "A burly man from Ludong? But what does your name mean? Admit defeat?" Looking at Jiang Zhao's strange expression, Ren Shu seemed to have realized the problem. In fact, such questions had been bothering him for a long time, and he was already used to it. Laughing out loud, he said, "Ren, the bird that flies freely in the sky. Shu is an uncommon word, and it means timely rain." He's indeed from the hometown of Confucius and Mencius. His name is really interesting. However, Jiang Shao put on a sad expression and asked meekly, "Did you only enter the capital Star Warriors University after scoring 1,000 points in the college entrance examination?" Ren Shu was speechless. Peak. Chapter 380. Ren Shu was stunned for a while before smiling and saying, "It's all right, it's all right. The competition between the candidates in Zhongyuan and Haisu provinces is also very intense." Since they were roommates, Jiang Shao was naturally willing to get along well with them. He asked, "Is Highway City fun? When can we go swimming? I've learned how to swim recently. Are there a lot of beautiful girls by the sea?" Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. The two boys were so engrossed in their discussion that they didn't notice Han Jiangxue at all. "It's ideal to go swimming in July or August," Ren Shu said with some embarrassment. "To be honest, I've only been to Highway City a few times. Although it's very close to my hometown, it's boring, you know? I haven't been there much." "Huh? Are you trying to talk to me?" Jiang Shao asked. "Didn't you say that you're from Highway City?" Ren Shu smiled embarrassedly and said, "My home is a county town in Highway City. I'm afraid you might not have heard of it. It's Shurgang." Jiang Shao scratched his head in confusion. Ren Shu added, "I'm very familiar with the beach near my home. There are a lot of young ladies who go to the sea in summer." Jiang Shao blinked. "I don't care about young ladies, I just want to see the sea in summer." Ren Shu laughed heartily and said enthusiastically, "Sure, come to my house during the summer holidays next year. I'll take you to the sea then." Jiang Shao sized up the mighty and majestic Ren Shu with a strange expression. After a while, he said, "I'll pass, but if you go to the sea, I'll download it." Ren Shu was dumbfounded. "Hello." On the other side, the boy who was cleaning the table also stood up and greeted the siblings with a good attitude. He had fair skin and was wearing rimless glasses. He introduced himself and said, "I'm Han Xian, a local." Jiang Shao took a step back and sized up the two of them. After all, the burly man in front of him was blocking his view. After taking a look, Jiang Shao felt like he had entered a sports college. Han Xian was at least 185 meters tall, and his body was quite sturdy. What's going on? They're all awakened who have been training all year round. Of course they have good figures, but why are they all so tall? When Jiang Shao was walking around the campus just now, the students that he saw weren't like that. They were all around 1.6 or 1.7 meters tall. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he asked, "What are your professions?" Ren Shu turned his head and met Han Xian's eyes. Neither of them spoke immediately. Han Jiangxue seemed to have realized something, shield warrior. Suddenly, a man's voice came from the door. The voice was clear and bright, with a hint of disdain. Han Jiangxue turned around, only to see a tall and burly boy who was more than 1.9 meters tall. He had a pair of piercing eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. Most importantly, there was a lit cigarette in his mouth. He was a little ruffian and also a little handsome. The unfamiliar boy had a Mohican hairstyle. The sides of his hair were very short, and the top part of his hair was thick and slightly curly. There was a diamond earring on his right ear. He was wearing a checkered shirt, cropped pants, and AJ's shoes were still untied. His unruly face, coupled with his gaze that was looking down on others, gave him an air of superiority. Han Jiangxue frowned and raised her head to look at the cigarette in the boy's mouth. The boy tilted his head slightly and put out the remaining half of the cigarette. He then took half a step back and exited the dormitory. He turned his head to the side and blew a puff of smoke before turning around and walking back in. His actions made Jiang Shao a little curious. Based on the first impression that the boy gave off, he should be an unruly and fearless person. However, the boy's behavior did not match the impression that he gave off. The boy raised his eyebrows and smiled like a ruffian. He glanced at Lu Dong, Ren Shu, and Han Xian before finally fixing his gaze on Jiang Shao. "I'm a shield warrior too." Jiang Shao came to a sudden realization and thought, no wonder they're all tall and burly. No wonder they're all so majestic. Damn it, they're all shield warriors? Did I get assigned to the wrong room? Did a support enter the dormitory of 3 shield warriors by mistake? What kind of dormitory are you guys assigned based on? Is it a faculty or a class? Well, Jiang Shao suddenly had an idea. Xia Yan, Han Jiangxue, Jiang Shao, 1 melee fighter, 1 rules awakened, and 1 support. What do we lack? We lack a shield warrior. Ordinary students would know that the 3 of them were teammates in the National High School League, and it would not be difficult to find out the relationship between the 3 of them. They were also admitted to the Capital Star Warriors University together, so it would be difficult for them to be separated. Hence, the 3 of them would probably continue to form such a team. Hence, the only empty spot for the champion team was the position of a shield warrior. Hee, it's not easy to enter the door of dormitory 1707. The boy in the mohawk threw the extinguished cigarette into the wastepaper basket and continued, "The dormitory opposite, this floor, and this apartment building are not easy to enter." Jiang Shao was amused too. "Don't tell me that all the people living in this dormitory are shield warriors." The boy in the mohawk smirked. He liked talking to smart people. The boy shrugged and said, "There are also some very strong melee fighters. Maybe they're very confident, maybe they want to try their luck, or maybe they just like to sleep in a 4-person dormitory." At this point, everyone had already spoken. Han Xian, who was far away, sat down again and tidied up the wiring board on the table. He said, "Who would want to squeeze into a 4-person dormitory that can accommodate 2 people? Silly?" Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. "Friend, you've already failed before the interview has even begun. What's wrong with liking to sleep in a 4-person dormitory? What's wrong with me wanting to find a buddy to share a cigarette with? Who would have thought that all the people in the dormitory would be shield warriors?" It wasn't just this dormitory. In fact, apart from a few melee fighters, most of the people in the dormitory were shield warriors. Full of burly men? However, Jiang Shao was also a utilitarian. Hence, he was considered to be on par with them. He initially thought that the students of the auxiliary courtyard would stay together, or rather, the students of the same class would stay together. Think about it, the profession of support was rare in the first place. Besides, if they managed to get into this university, their future development would be limitless. Wouldn't it be great if he could make friends with 2 buddies? In the end, Han Jiangshue's cold voice suddenly sounded. "Don't smoke in the dormitory next time. Go out and find a place yourself." The boy in the mohawk nodded and said, "You're the captain, so you call the shots." Han Jiangxue raised her eyebrows slightly and said, "You're not my team member yet." The boy smiled and his bright eyes were full of confidence. "It's only right that the capable ones take over." Han Jiangxue looked up at his slightly insolent face and said softly, I didn't see you in the National League. The boy shrugged and said calmly, but I'm standing in the same campus as you now. Wow kid, you're tough? Han Jiangxue squinted her eyes slightly, and the atmosphere in the dormitory seemed to be a little tense. After a while, she asked coldly, Name? The boy in the mohawk did not avoid Han Jiangxue's cold gaze and said, Gu Shiren. At the side, the burly Ludong man, Ren Shu, chewed on the name carefully and sighed softly. Happiness is everywhere. What a good name. Jiang Shao looked at Ren Shu speechlessly. Look at his name and then look at yours. The competition hasn't even started yet and you've already admitted defeat. You're still in the mood to praise others? Maybe. Gu Shiren said casually and looked around to see that there were only 2 beds near the door. He then threw his bag on the desk on the right. Jiang Shao suddenly said, I want this bed. Gu Shiren's smiling face suddenly stiffened. 2 seconds later, he silently picked up his bag and placed it on the desk on the left of the door. Kid, I can't teach you a lesson? Jiang Shao sat down on the desk that Gu Shiren had previously chosen. Wow. Happiness is everywhere. Han Jiangxue looked at the deflated Gu Shiren and then at the smirking Jiang Shao. She smiled and said, Get up and get your things. Sure. Jiang Shao stood up and watched as Han Jiangxue tore the space apart. The layers of overlapping space attracted the attention of the 3 people in the dormitory. All space-type star techniques were extremely rare and hard to come by. Although they were all elites, they did not have such star technique. In fact, they might not have encountered any star warriors who used space-type star techniques during their growth. Jiang Shao took out the bedsheets and bedding from Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher. He did not lay them out and instead folded them into the wardrobe. He then hung up a few pairs of short-sleeved shirts and shorts. Han Jiangxue's Sky Smasher was just like a treasure chest. She had everything she wanted, including toothpicks, towels, clothes hangers, and all kinds of daily necessities. In the end, Jiang Shao actually took out a few plastic bags of Jiangbin sausages from the Sky Smasher and threw them to the burly men. My specialty. You guys eat first. Thank you, thank you. Thank you. While packing up, Jiang Shao said, Don't just thank me. Eat it, I won't harm you. It's famous in the country. I queued up for a long time before I could buy it. It was difficult for them to turn down Jiang Zhao's hospitality. His roommates tasted it more or less, but Ren Shu was the happiest. He reckoned that he was hungry. It's done. Seeing that Gu Shiren had finally taken a bite of the sausage, Jiang Shao immediately said, You've taken advantage of me. It's my turn to speak. Gu Shiren's face stiffened again, feeling that he was going to be tricked again. Han Xian looked over curiously while Ren Shu stopped wolfing down his food. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said passionately, From now on, I'm the eldest brother of this dormitory. The 3 of you will be ranked according to your birthdays. You don't have to ask me how old I am, just remember that the sausages are delicious. Everyone in the dormitory was speechless. Han Jiangxue patted Jiang Zhao's shoulder and said, Hurry up, Xia Yan asked us to go out for dinner. Oh. Seeing that they were almost done packing, Jiang Shao finally stuffed a large suitcase under the desk and walked out with Han Jiangxue. When he closed the door, he yelled, Boss Jiang, I'm leaving first. You guys arrange yourselves. Just let me know the results during the gathering tonight. Jiang Shao closed the door and sighed helplessly. Han Jiangxue asked softly, What's the matter? Jiang Shao shook his head helplessly and said with a bitter smile, I initially wanted to have a close and harmonious dormitory, but now, how can such a dormitory be harmonious? The 3 of them are clearly aiming for the position of shield warrior. It's good enough that they don't get into a fight. Not to mention the 3 of them, the situation in the entire apartment building might be the same. Han Jiangxue thought about it and said, If the dormitory will affect your condition, we can rent a place to stay. Jiang Shao said, The school has made it clear that Year 1 and Year 2 students are not allowed to live outside. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue had Principal Yang's phone number, but Jiang Shao didn't want to trouble the big shots because of such a matter. "Sigh, from now on, I'll sleep in such a place every night. The entire apartment building will be filled with shield warriors. That's too damn safe, isn't it?" At the top. Chapter 381. The Capital Star Warriors University was a school that was purely for Star Warriors. Less than 1,000 students would be enrolled every year, and there would be no more than 4,000 students in the entire school. That was because the school did not recruit ordinary candidates. Due to the low number of students and the fact that the school was rich, the facilities there were rather good. For example, Han Jiangshue's luxurious apartment and canteen number 2 in front of him. There were less than 4,000 students, but there were actually 2 canteens. Jiang Shao was not too sure about canteen number 1, but canteen number 2 in front of him had a total of 3 floors, each of which was extremely large. Jiang Shao thought that even if 4,000 students were to dine on the first floor at the same time, it would still be more than enough. Jiang Shao, Xia Yan, and Han Jiangxue had only just entered the first floor, but they were already dazzled by the variety of food available. The canteen was huge in the first place, and there were many shops. Coupled with the fact that there were very few people eating there, the gazes of the canteen aunties standing behind the glass counter made the 3 of them feel creepy. The 3 of them were defeated in the end. They had only walked half a circle, and before they were done, they finally couldn't stand the gazes anymore. Hence, they stopped in front of a soup stall. Behind the glass was a middle-aged man. He chuckled and pointed at the menu on the glass. "Don't come here often." Jiang Shao looked at the middle-aged man in a chef's uniform in bewilderment and thought, "Is this how you do business? Persuade customers not to come here often?" The middle-aged man glanced at them and knew that they were newbies. Their curious expressions betrayed their identities. The middle-aged man laughed and said, "The snacks in the crock-pot are really delicious. I'm afraid that you'll be able to eat them for the entire semester. You have to take care of other people's businesses." "Is he really that confident?" Jiang Shao muttered, F***ck. The middle-aged man in a chef's uniform said matter-of-factly, "Of course, Jiangxi cuisine is the best." Jiang Shao was speechless. The 3 of them sat on the dining table in front of the store with a pot and a serving of vegetables. Jiang Shao and Xia Yan ordered soup with rice, while Han Jiangxue ordered porridge. Wow! Winter melon and pork ribs soup. Delicious. Jiang Shao scooped a mouthful of soup and ate a piece of winter melon before starting to eat rice. "Is it good?" Xia Yan leaned her head over and reached her spoon into the small pot, scooping a piece of pork rib away. "Bastard!" Jiang Shao watched helplessly as she snatched away his meat and praised it while eating it. Wow! It was extremely uncomfortable. Hence, Jiang Shao was prepared to give her a taste of her own medicine. He leaned his head over and stuck his spoon into her pot. Then, he scooped out a spoonful of soup with 2 soybeans floating on it. Well, Jiang Shao didn't quite understand why she ordered the pig trotter soup with soybeans. Her body was already so healthy. If she took any more supplements, she would have a nosebleed. She should just drink plain water and eat half a steamed bun. While drinking the porridge, Han Jiangxue watched Jiang 3-year-old and Xia 3-year-old frantically gulping down the soup from each other's pots. She suddenly felt that such days were wonderful. Even though he was in a foreign land, everything was still the same familiar formula and the same familiar smell. After drinking half a can of soybean and pig trotter soup, Jiang Shao suddenly realized that both of them had ordered the soup for each other. Han Jiangxue asked, "Have you arranged your dormitory?" Xia Yan finally raised her head and looked at Han Jiangxue. I've arranged it. My roommate is a girl from Shanghai. She doesn't talk much and is a little shy. She'll be fine after we get to know each other better." "Shanghai." Han Jiangxue asked with raised eyebrows. It was obvious what she meant. Why didn't she go to school in Shanghai Star Warriors? Why did she come here? Xia Yan's spoon finally left her pot and Jiang Shao finally tasted the pork ribs. He couldn't help but tear up and mumble, maybe she likes the heater too? Han Jiangxue was speechless. Xia Yan pursed her lips and said, she's so outstanding that she can go anywhere she wants. She's also a melee fighter. We're in the same class and she's also a fighter. Jiang Shao and Han Jiangxue stopped eating and looked at each other. She's not a shield warrior? Xia Yan is so lucky. She's assigned to the same class as her. I hope they can get along well. Of course, if that girl from Shanghai is here to replace Xia Yan, it would be really interesting. What kind of confidence is that? What kind of boldness is that? She's so damn tough. That's a real head-on confrontation. It's face-to-face competition. Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, had I known, I would have chosen to sleep in pairs too. It's not good to sleep in a 4-person dormitory. Xia Yan had 3 extra points for the college entrance examination and 3 extra points for her Good Samaritan class. Hence, her scores were so high that it was outrageous. Of course, she had the right to choose the dormitory. Of course, even if she didn't score so high, her family was rich, and she could choose how many people she wanted to sleep in. She definitely wouldn't feel aggrieved. Xia Yan smiled and said, why are you so emotional when you've just met your classmates? Did you get into a conflict with your classmates? Jiang Shao shook his head and said, how is that possible? Not only did I not get into a conflict, but I'm also the leader of the dormitory now. Xia Yan blinked her eyes in bewilderment. You're probably the youngest in school, right? Jiang Shao was devastated and said word by word, please add the word age. Xia Yan was dumbfounded. Han Jiangxue was dumbfounded. A few seconds later, Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao and extended her long legs to kick him under the table. Xia Yan was amused and repeated, you might really be the youngest. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said, it's okay, we have red sausages. Bang! Han Jiangxue slammed her palm on the table and barked coldly, speak properly and eat properly. What's the matter? The middle-aged man behind the glass counter asked in bewilderment. I'm sorry. It's so delicious. It's so delicious that I can't help but exclaim in admiration. Jiang Shao frantically explained to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man chuckled and said, don't come here often. Jiang Shao was speechless. Xia Yan snapped back to her senses and recalled the days when she went shopping with Jiang Shao and Jiang Shao to buy red sausages. She said, I would have forgotten about it if you hadn't reminded me. I'll let Zhao Qi try the red sausages when we go back tonight. Xia Yan seemed to have thought of something and her eyes turned gloomy. If only we could change dormitories. We can stay together with Xuexue. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he asked, it's very difficult to change dormitories, right? I don't think it's allowed. I can't let this bastard stay together with little Jiangxue. Xia Yan shook her head and said, it's almost impossible. It's fine if it's my dormitory, but Xuexue's dormitory. Her roommate specially chose your dormitory. Han Jiangxue asked in bewilderment. Jiang Shao also realized something and said, I just felt that something was amiss. Our roommates are all year freshmen. Why is little Jiangxue's roommate a year 4 student who's about to graduate and is also a department head? That Song Chuanxi deliberately moved into apartment building number 11? Xia Yan suddenly lowered her voice and leaned forward slightly before whispering, that old Ing. Dongfang Old Ing told me that the team representing the school to participate in the International College League in the second half of the semester will be very competitive. Are you talking about this year's World Cup? Han Jiangxue asked softly. Xia Yan nodded and said, yes, the World Cup. Last year, when Minister Song Chuanxi was still in year 3, she suffered repeated setbacks when forming a team. Her nemesis was the vice president of the Star Warriors Student Union. However, the vice president of the student union was not in charge of the Star Warriors Student Union. Instead, he was in charge of discipline inspection and hygiene. He wasn't considered Song Chuanxi's direct leader. That person was also a fighter who wanted to represent the school and fight for the country. The team that Song Chuanxi formed was dissuaded, poached, and broken up by the vice president. Most of the students chose to protect themselves, and no one was willing to participate in the competition between the two of them. Hence, Song Chuanxi's team had always lacked a rules awakened. In the second half of Year 3, Song Chuanxi didn't do anything at all. The students thought that she had tacitly given up, but to their surprise, they suddenly discovered that she had changed dormitories at the start of Year 4. Han Jiangxue frowned and realized the seriousnxness of the problem. Xia Yan said, Song Chuanxi's team has a rather good shield, and it's a supportive one. She's also good at providing support, healing, control, and buff. However, she lacks an extremely powerful rules awakened. No need. Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, even if it's a team selection mode, the outstanding ones are still the individuals. In the end, they will also be chosen individually. Song Chuanxi's team is above average. As long as she's strong enough, she can still participate in the competition. The selection mode for teams in international leagues is different from that of high schools. Xia Yan answered, it's a matter of rising with the tide. In this top school, at their level, their abilities are on par with each other. It's very difficult for one person to turn things around. Only when the teammates are strong will the entire team be strong. Conversely, everyone's characteristics can be truly highlighted. If one position isn't up to standard, everyone will be implicated. Ordinary rules awakened won't be able to meet Song Chuanxi's standards, and there are a few extremely powerful rules awakened who won't form a team with her due to various reasons. Han Jiangxue shook her head again and said, I have Chain Lightning, the Dark Blue Scepter, and at most Sky Smasher. Am I considered a strong output? That's impossible. As a freshman, it's hard for me to compete with Year 3 and Year 4 rules awakened. Xia Yan said helplessly, that's what I asked Dongfang Laoying too, but his answer was very interesting. Han Jiangxue asked, what? Xia Yan said, he said that you have 30 star slots and nearly a year's time. Han Jiangxue fell silent. So, Song Chuanxi was betting on her potential. If Han Jiangxue agreed, it would mean that she might be oppressed by one of the students. Of course, Han Jiangxue would also be protected by Song Chuanxi's team, and Song Chuanxi would definitely do his best to help Han Jiangxue grow. Jiang Shao began to mutter to himself, potential? My little Jiangxue has already exchanged for it. You want a powerful rules awakened? You've really found the right person. It's not that I'm bragging. Have you guys heard of the godly defensive technique, Heart of Nature? Have you guys seen the platinum quality ice roar before? Don't tell me that you're the chosen ones. How many years of training have you had, how much star power you have, and how many star techniques you have combined? My little Jiangxue, just throw the platinum quality ice roar at me. Just tell me if it hurts or not, and that's it. Chapter 382. Speaking of the World Cup, people's first impression would be the Football World Cup. In this bizarre world, there were no international competitions for regular Star Warriors. Therefore, as a Star Warrior, the highest level of competition that could be participated in was the civilized competition between countries, which was the International University League. Once one lost their status as a student and established themselves purely as a Star Warrior, they would lose an identity and a protective umbrella. They would not be allowed to represent the country in competitions. Of course, some countries were developing well and there would be competitions between domestic clubs. However, those were basically commercial products and entertainment competitions to please the public and earn money. The truly powerful star warriors were regarded as important treasures of the country and would never appear in such entertainment competitions. There were very few competitions between the clubs of the country and the country. There were some such situations in Europe, where players would compete with each other in the name of a club. However, in China, there were only domestic entertainment competitions and definitely no international star warrior competitions. China might not even participate in such competitions. At the end of the day, those were all commercial entertainment competitions. Hence, the International University League was the purest and most global competition that could highlight the strength of a country to a certain extent. The value of such competitions was recognized by the world, and due to its importance, it was directly named the World Cup. Due to the special nature of the profession of star warriors were considered to be the limit of civilized and dignified competition between countries at the university level. In other words, no matter how strong the elites who represented their country were, most of them were still in the galaxy stage. They were not too powerful, and did not reach the standard of nuclear weapons. If they fought, they would still be able to end the battle. Of course, deaths often occurred in the International University League. If Han Jiangxue could participate in the competition, it would, of course, be greatly beneficial to her personal development. With a higher platform, she would be valued more, and her future career would definitely be smooth sailing. However, the problems that came with it were also very serious. Huge benefits came with huge risk. As mentioned just now, there would be deaths in the International University League every year. Hence, Jiang Shao made up his mind to personally check on the assistant in Song Chuanxi's team. If the assistant couldn't do it, Jiang Shao would have to do it even if he had to. Even if he had to take it head-on. Even if he had to waste skill points to raise his star power to the galaxy stage and absorb the space star bead, he would have to do it. In other words, he would say, "You're a man, you have to be strong." I thought that I would have at least 3 years of peaceful development, but to my surprise, I didn't expect little Jiangxue to be targeted by the big shots. He even wants to groom her and bring her to the highest stage in the world. However, judging from Xia Yan's description of Song Chuanxi's assistant, she was an outstanding figure. Of star warriors who could enter the capital, star warriors were definitely not weak. Those who were selected by Song Chuanxi to participate in the selection were definitely experts among experts. Well, it wouldn't be a bad idea to be a quiet and handsome man and travel abroad with little Jiangxue. After all, he was just an assistant. Be it on the battlefield or in daily life, he would have to do a good job of providing logistics support for Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao drank a crock of soybean pig trotter soup, carried the plate, and sent the empty crock of pork ribs and winter melon soup back to the shop. He then left the cafeteria while the middle-aged man bade farewell to him. "Hey!" Jiang Shao was taken aback by the loud yell. Then, Jiang Shao realized that he had been ridden. Xia Yan reacted extremely quickly. Fortunately, she reacted quickly and stopped abruptly in midair. "Acquaintance? Why didn't you reply to my message? I was still waiting for you to bring sister over so that we can go and eat together," a familiar voice said from behind Jiang Shao. Due to the momentum, Jiang Shao carried him on his back and took a few steps forward. He then imitated his accent and replied, "Who do I think I'm like? Is it Liu Yang? Come down, hurry and come down." Liu Yang, the thug from Tianjin. The man with the buzz cut jumped down from Jiang Zhao's back and pushed Jiang Zhao's shoulder. "Where did you go with our sister during the holidays?" Go my foot. I've been tortured silly by big white ghoul. How can I still be in the mood to have fun?" Seeing an acquaintance, Jiang Shao felt a tinge of joy and said, "The private message was insincere. It's not like you don't have my WeChat. Since you sincerely invited me, I went." "Huh? I didn't send you a WeChat message? Say that again?" Liu Yang's face turned sullen. In the first half of the holiday, Jiang Shao risked his life on the battlefield in the northwest and spent the second half in the snowfield. Jiang Shao didn't see Liu Yang's message, so he might have really sent it. Later on, when he returned to normal society, he picked up his mobile phone and received the previous message. He probably didn't take it seriously, did he? Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and hurriedly changed the topic. It seems that the excellent university near your house didn't manage to keep you? It's really their loss. Liu Yang rubbed his buzz cut and said, "Come to think of it, isn't this also my doorstep?" That's true, the two cities are indeed very close. I'm the champion of the competition, so of course I have to go to the best university. Liu Yang was still very talkative and continued, Come, look who this is. Jiang Shao turned around and saw Kai Yao, the support member of the Tianjin team, as well as the slightly shorter shield warrior, Zhang Qinzhou. Most shield warriors were tall and strong. Zhang Qinzhou was definitely strong, but his height was a little short of 1.7 meters. That made Zhang Qinzhou seem a little special among the shield warriors. Zhang Qinzhou smiled and greeted Jiang Shao. Kai Yao, on the other hand, winked at Jiang Shao as usual. Jiang Shao panicked. The blink this time was different from the previous ones. There was hatred on Kai Yao's beautiful face and a hint of anger in her eyes. However, the anger was relatively mild, and it would be better to describe it as reproach. There were many kinds of seductive states in this world, such as cute, seductive, aggressive, and so on. So, Kai Yao's seductive state should be aggressive? Speaking of which, it was inevitable for Jiang Shao and Kai Yao to have some friction as competitors. The two teams had once fought head-on in the top 4 of the National League. At that time, Jiang Shao used a series of blessings to disconnect Kai Yao. Fortunately, the organizers and director of the competition reacted in time and stopped the damage in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Ahaha, hello. Feeling a little awkward, Jiang Shao chuckled and hurriedly changed the topic. Who's that? Where's the other shield warrior, He Fan? Upon hearing that, Liu Yang smacked his lips helplessly and said, His results are a little worse. Why? Did He Fan get his lunchbox? Jiang Shao scratched his head and said, The 3 of you are here. Who else is missing? Our college entrance examination is a system that binds teams. Under normal circumstances, those with poor results can apply for it, and the country and the school will also take care of them appropriately. Kai Yao looked at Jiang Shao with a sullen gaze and said, Do we have to say that He Fan's results are much worse? Jiang Shao was speechless. However, Zhang Qinzhou continued, Old He's results aren't that bad. He went to the Northern University of Defense Technology. The school is pretty good. What's the best way to comfort someone? It's not to tell him that everything will get better, but to tell him that he's as miserable as you or even worse than you. Hence, Jiang Shao found an ingenious entry point. I'm sorry, brotherly. I actually mentioned your name again because I wanted to compare who's worse off. Jiang Shao said, All right, at least your teammate He Fan tried. Since he didn't get enough points, we'll just have to accept our fate. He Fan went to the Northern Military Academy as his second or even third choice after making up for it. Look at Li Wei from our team. I thought that he wouldn't be able to get more points, so he agreed to the invitation of the Northern Military Academy long ago and enrolled directly without taking the college entrance examination. Jiang Shao sighed deeply and said, In the end, our team got more points from the National League. Don't mention it. Brotherly should be your schoolmate now. Kai Yao was speechless. Liu Yang, don't spout nonsense. Being a soldier is pretty good. He Fan borrowed the glory of the national tournament and was recognized by the school's leaders. That's why he was able to get in. He really hit the jackpot. How can a normal person get into such a good school? Xiaoyan said, Li Wei has his own goals. That might be the most suitable for him. Jiang Shao nodded repeatedly, but he suddenly thought of something. Hey, by the way, how are you going to choose the positions in your team? You're missing one? Lu Yang suddenly smiled mischievously and nudged Jiang Shao with his shoulder. We want to form a regular team. Now that it seems like we're just short of a rules awakened. Why don't you give sister to us? Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Lu Yang patted his chest and said, Don't worry. We promise to take good care of sister. Whoever dares to touch her will have to step over my dead body first. Jiang Zhao's face turned sullen. I'll heal you if you continue. Haha, I'm just kidding. Lu Yang put his arm around Jiang Zhao's neck and turned around to say to Han Jiangxue, I'm familiar with the capital and I come here often. I'll be sister's guide. Let's go out for a walk? Han Jiangxue's expressionless face thawed a little, and she smirked while glaring at Lu Yang smilingly. Lu Yang chuckled and said, We're men and we don't lie. A ray of blessing light suddenly descended. Lu Yang was halfway through his sentence when he suddenly cried out. This time, it was Jiang Zhao's turn to chuckle. However, he realized that Kai Yao's body had also shivered. Jiang Shao was a little dumbfounded and thought, I didn't heal you, why are you shivering? Kai Yao clearly sensed Jiang Zhao's gaze and glared at him fiercely. She's super fierce. After a while, Lu Yang snapped back to his senses and rubbed his eyes before saying to Jiang Shao, Why don't you join my team? Jiang Shao was speechless. Is this kid really stubborn? However, then again, if they still wanted to continue with the Shield Warriors strategy, Jiang Shao would have plenty of resources to do so. Jiang Shao asked, Do you still want Shield Warriors? Do you want to continue the team's style and tactics? Lu Yang snapped back to his senses and asked curiously, Do you have any powerful Shield Warriors to recommend? Jiang Shao immediately perked up and said, Let me tell you, I'm covered in sweat now. No, my apartment is filled with burly men. There are all kinds of shield warriors, all kinds of styles, tall, short, handsome, and ugly. They're all with me. I'm targeting apartment number 17. Come with me and choose whatever you want. Just choose and that's it. Lu Yang looked at the extremely confident Jiang Shao with a dumbfounded expression and asked, Is it that amazing? Chapter 383. Jiang Shao and Lu Yang agreed to go to apartment number 17 to pick out some goods when they had the time. He then left with the team. After sending Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan back to their respective dormitories, Jiang Shao did not see their roommate. Han Jiangxue had yet to really think about the invitation that Song Chuanxi might make, and Jiang Shao did not disturb her thoughts. It didn't matter whether she went or not. Risks and benefits coexisted. No matter what choice she made, Jiang Shao would support her. Xia Yan's dormitory was also a luxurious two-person dormitory in the same district as Han Jiangxue's. She was in apartment number 07, which was not far from Han Jiangxue. Jiang Shao wanted to meet Xia Yan's roommate, but unfortunately, the girl from Shanghai was not in the dormitory. So far, Jiang Shao only knew that her name was Zhao Qi. Let's meet again in the future. Jiang Shao also returned to his dormitory. At the thought of the group of burly men in the dormitory, Jiang Shao felt a headache. In particular, there were 3 shield warriors in his dormitory. If he chose one of them to be his teammate, what would happen to the other 2? Jiang Shao could get along with them normally, but he was afraid that they would have a problem with it. This lousy school actually exposed the students' dormitory information. He reckoned that the school would be able to make a fortune with the beds. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao sneaked into the dormitory building, for fear that he would be blocked by the other students. He tiptoed like a thief and opened the door quietly, only to see that the dormitory was empty. Did they go to eat too? No, there's another one. Jiang Shao took a closer look and saw that there was a person leaning against the window. Jiang Shao said, Hello? You're Gu Shuren. Gu Shi and had a cigarette in his mouth, and turned to look at Jiang Shao before sticking his head out of the window and continuing to smoke. However, he heard Gu Shi An's voice coming from outside the window. There were a few people who came to look for you just now, but I kicked them away. Jiang Shao was speechless. So what if you kicked them away? They're probably here to form a team. Speaking of which, shouldn't you guys be flattering me and sucking up to me? Why are you so cold? He had no idea what Gu Shi was from. After going to university, shield warriors were also divided into defensive warriors and force warriors. Although they were all large shields that stood at the front and attracted firepower, their future development directions were very different. Defensive battle could be considered a support style, buffing their own team members, purifying and dispelling, mental link, vision sharing, scouting the map, and even pure meat. In short, defensive warriors needed teammates. It was a very obvious team profession and was quite popular in the army. Another branch of shield warriors, Battle of Power, was the output of the shield warriors. They pursued individual abilities and were relatively less compatible with their teammates. They would have to match a series of star techniques with their own star techniques before considering being compatible with the team. Shield Warrior, Power Warrior, and Melee Warrior Brawler looked very similar. They both seemed to focus on damage output, but in reality they were very different. The dominant ideology of the two classes was like heaven and earth. Although one of them had the ability to fight solo, at the end of the day, he still had to protect his teammate. The other one was very pure. At the end of the day, he just had to press forward. Most of the children only had 8-star techniques and could not be assigned to such a detailed profession. However, when they filled in their application forms for school, they had to determine their main focus. If they chose one of them, the school would reform their tactical thinking, behavior, habits, and other aspects. After they advanced to the galaxy stage, the additional 8 available star slots would be combined and matched according to the direction of their career development. The premise was that they had to be able to advance to the galaxy stage. Most people would be stuck in the nebula stage. Of course, the elites of the capital Star Warriors had a higher success rate. At the thought of this, Jiang Shao took out the bedsheets from the cabinet and climbed up to make the bed. He asked, "Which direction are you going to go?" Upon hearing this, Gu Shi took a deep puff of his cigarette and blew it out of the window. He said slowly, "Battle of Power." While making the bed, Jiang Shao said, "Xia Yan is a melee warrior and pure output. Han Jiangxue is also the king of output, but she doesn't have many auxiliary star technique. Do you think you'll be suitable for my team if you take the path of Battle of Power?" Gu Shi extinguished his cigarette and turned around to stroke his mohawk hair. He then smiled and said, "Your output is not bad too. Your swordsmanship is extremely fierce, especially in the final battle of the finals. You don't look like an auxiliary." Jiang Shao stood on the bed and shook the blanket before smiling. "I really can't tell if you're praising me or criticizing me." Gu Shi threw the cigarette butt into the wastepaper basket and said, "So, I think output is more suitable for your team. An auxiliary shield warrior? Haha, that doesn't fit your team's combat style." Jiang Shao looked at Gu Shi with interest and asked, "What's the style of our team?" Gu Shi said matter-of-factly, "Reckless." Jiang Shao was speechless. Jiang Shao said meekly, "There should be some strategies, right?" Gu Shi grinned and said with a hint of disdain, "You only need a certain functional star technique, such as the purification star technique. As for teammates, you need a warrior who can keep up with your rhythm." Jiang Shao scratched his head and thought to himself, "What Gu Shi said is interesting, but I'll have to try it out before I know the exact effect. After all, practice is the standard to test everything." "Jiang Xiaopi!" All of a sudden, a male voice sounded from downstairs. Gu Shi was obviously stunned for a moment. He turned around and stuck his head out of the window, only to see a sea of colors. No, he saw a boy with long purple bangs. He was none other than Bai Yi, who had once disrupted the order at the school gate. Bai Ye's face was extremely cold and his eyes were filled with anger. Jiang, Xiao, Pai, come out. This guy, there's something wrong. Back then, at the entrance of the school, he had made a big fuss, as if he wanted the examiner, Li Liang, to come out. He wanted to slap Li Liang's face with reality and tell everyone that he would definitely be able to take back what he had lost. Now, he was also standing outside the dormitory, gritting his teeth and making a fuss. Jiang Zhao's dormitory was not locked. If Bai Yi really wanted to find Jiang Xiao for something, he could just come up and say it to him. It was obvious that they were trying to blow things up so that everyone could see what was going on. He was not calling out to Jiang Xiao, but to everyone. All of you, listen up. All of you, watch carefully. I'm that impressive. I'm blocking the entrance of the national champion's dormitory to find trouble with him. Bai Yi continued to holler, Jiang Xiaopi, don't you dare to face me? However, what kind of people are living in dormitory building number 17? They're all shield warriors? Yes, they're all shield warriors, but that's not all. Not only are they shield warriors, but they're also trying to curry favor with Jiang Xiao and form a team. At least, before the final shield warrior of Jiang Zhao's team is confirmed, these shield warriors are all looking for an opportunity to befriend Jiang Xiao. Hence, it would be a very wrong choice to stand outside dormitory building number 17 and scold Jiang Xiao. The shield warriors who were taking an afternoon nap got up one after another and walked to the windowsill to look down. The shield warriors who had just returned from lunch did not rush upstairs. Instead, they stood around Bai Yi and got ready to figure out the situation. Gu Shi'an was the first to speak. He was already on the windowsill, and he looked down at little Z. What are you shouting for? Why are you looking for Jiang Xiaopi? Bai Yi clearly had yet to realize the seriousness of the problem. He saw a large number of figures appearing in front of the window in the dormitory building and felt that many people were surrounding him. Bai Yi was rather satisfied because that was exactly what he wanted. Of course, if he discovered that he was surrounded by burly men, he would probably sense that something was amiss. Bai Yi looked up at Gu Shi'an and yelled, It's none of your business. Stay aside. Jiang Xiaopi. Don't be a coward. I'll return the humiliation you gave me today 10 times over. All of a sudden, the students upstairs and downstairs were confused. What's going on? Personal feud? Jiang Xiao, who was lying on the bed, was so infuriated that he almost laughed out loud. He jumped down and scurried to the window in his flip-flop. Jiang Xiao, who was standing in front of the window, rolled his eyes and pointed at Bai Yi. Can you be more shameless? You insist on being my teammate, and I'm insulting you because I don't agree to it? I want a shield warrior, not a melee one. The entire dormitory building was in an uproar. The shield warriors downstairs who were watching the commotion after eating also got agitated. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, the shield warriors didn't even take the stairs. Instead, they jumped out of the windows. The thumping sound was very rhythmic. Boorish voices could be heard one after another. You want to be teammates with Jiang Xiaopi? I'm asking you a question. Is it you? Say something? Bai Yi was dumbfounded. What were these burly men trying to do? Who the hell are these people who are surrounding me? Chapter 384. Damn it, a melee fighter looking for a support to fight one-on-one. I can't stand it. Grandson, do you think you're impressive? Bullying a support? Hungry thief, coward. It was extremely lively downstairs of dormitory 17. It was still very hot in the capital in early September, but the atmosphere here was even more intense. They were both young and frivolous. They were both proud and unruly youths. Who was afraid of who? Just like that, on September 1st, the first day of reporting to Star Warrior University, there was a group fight in the school. A group fight. A group of burly men surrounded a handsome man who was trying to set off a renaissance. Jiang Shao watched from upstairs with a face full of pity. Damn it, damn it. Ouch. It looks so painful. That kick is quite interesting. He's aiming at the bottom three. Bai Yi, who was originally arrogant and domineering, was squatting on the ground with his hands on his head. It was a typical action of squatting with one's hands on one's head, which was exclusive to cute Lolas. It turned out that from washing to being cute, what he lacked was the care and concern of a group of burly men. Bai Yi was screaming miserably. All of a sudden, a few burly men began to maintain order. Jiang Shao blinked, unsure of what was going on. In the chaotic battlefield below, Bai Yi's screams could gradually be heard. What's so great about bullying someone with numbers? What kind of man are you? If you have the guts, it hurts. Let's fight one-on-one. The group of children were all proud and arrogant people. After the indignation, they immediately flew into a rage when they heard that Bai Yi was still so arrogant. However, they also heard what Bai Yi said. Indeed, what was so great about bullying someone with numbers? Let's fight one-on-one. Who's afraid of who? I'll go first. I said it first. First come, first serve. Everyone, mind your manners, a tall and strong young man shouted loudly. I'll go first. Damn it, he beat me to it. Don't embarrass yourself, Wang Shuwang. Haha, the tall and strong Wang Shuwang replied. Bullsh *t. Get out of my way. I want to see what kind of person dares to challenge Dormitory 17 single-handedly. Does he think we shield warriors are pushovers? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere on the field immediately changed. Those who set the pace were even more abominable than those who called out names and cursed. Due to the development of the Internet and the prosperity of various industries on the Internet, these types of bugs emerged as the times require. There were even some smelly fellows who made a living out of this. Wang Shuwang's words had obviously changed the nature of the battle. It was originally a competition for the position of a shield warrior in the team, but it instantly became Bai Yi looking for trouble and wanting to challenge the entire dormitory alone. Bai Yi was indeed there to cause trouble, but he wanted to challenge Jiang Shao one-on-one, not the entire dormitory 17. Bai Yi didn't want to belittle the shield warriors either. Everyone followed the rhythm of one person. Some people were stupid and some people were not stupid, but they were pretending to be. Those who were able to get into this school had IQs that were above the passing line. They just wanted to watch a good show, so the scene immediately became even more chaotic. The direct result was the expansion of the situation, and his momentum was one-sided. Wang Shuwang was obviously a smart person. He cleverly used his little tricks to strike at the other party's morale, making them unable to defend themselves and even causing them to fall into a state of chaos. Then, that old dog Wang Shuwang made his move. What is this? Is this a brutal charge? Wang Shuwang didn't have a weapon in his hand, nor did he get into a fighting stance like he would in a regular battle. Instead, he quickly approached. He just tilted his shoulder and charged forward. It was completely different from his vicious and sinister style of speech. He actually charged forward so openly. The ground trembled slightly, and the cement ground was left with shallow marks. Bang! At the next moment, like a cannonball, Wang Shuwang flew out with a whoosh. He plunged into the arms of the surrounding audience, and his heavy body even crushed several tall and burly shield warriors. Damn! Oh my God, what happened? What a shame! There was an uproar in and out of the arena. He was defeated in one move? Is this guy who led the wave of revival actually that powerful? He was blasted back in the same way that Wang Shuwang charged forward with an indomitable will. Is this burly man just for show? Or is this Bai Yi really something? Bai Yi was holding a purple battle blade in his right hand, and there was a purple mist floating around it. It was beautiful. He rubbed his bruised face and swallowed a mouthful of blood. All of a sudden, he was filled with pride and yelled, "Carry him away, next! Damn it, this bastard! So arrogant!" All of a sudden, the crowd was furious. Bai Yi was shocked and subconsciously took a step back. One-on-one. One-on-one, Jiang Xiao, who was upstairs, didn't know how to describe this scene. What is this? Domineering and cowardly at the same time? How can such contradictory sides coexist harmoniously in a person? Could it be that he's really the chosen one? Is he destined to lead the wave of the Renaissance? Lead the revival of the Undead Legion? Let this sea of colors spread over every inch of the capital Star Warriors University? I'll do it! A brawny man who was more than 9 meters tall roared and stood up. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. It was his roommate, the burly man from Ludong, Ren Shu. Wang Shuwang was pushed to stand up by the surrounding audience. He was extremely unconvinced. It was just that he had lost on the stage. It was just that the scene was a little shocking, but it was not to the extent of hurting his muscles and bones. He could still fight. Wang Shuwang stepped forward and said, "My battle is not over yet. Shu, get down, get down." Waves of heckling sounds rang out from all directions, causing Wang Shuwang's face to turn red. The atmosphere in the arena was very interesting. Although they were all shield warriors of the same profession, they would definitely be embarrassed if they lost. However, at the same time they were also competitors. With one less, the others would have a higher chance of being selected as the champion. Hence, the students spared no effort to coax Wang Shuwang to get down. Bai Yi was overjoyed. It was beneficial to him, so of course he was willing to cooperate with the surrounding crowd. He ignored Wang Shuwang and turned to look at Ren Shu. Bai Yi shouted loudly, "Report your name." "I, Bai Yi, do not kill nameless people." Ren Shu also replied loudly, "Ren Shu." Bai Yi froze for a moment, waved his hand and said, "Just admit defeat. What's there to be proud of?" Next. Ren Shu was dumbfounded. Bai Yi looked up at Jiang Xiao and said, "1 against 3 is enough." Bai Yi waved his sword and pointed at Wang Shuwang. "You." Wang Shuwang's face was flushed, and he was so infuriated that he almost couldn't speak. "You." Bai Yi ignored him and pointed his sword at Ren Shu. "You've been subdued by my domineering aura. Admit defeat." Ren Shu's face was filled with bewilderment. Bai Yi raised his sword and pointed at Jiang Xiao. "You'll be my third defeated opponent. Come down. Let me end all of this." Eh? Jiang Xiao subconsciously reached out to pull the person beside him, but Gu Shi'an had already jumped down. It was all because the jumping was too confusing that Jiang Xiao had forgotten that Gu Shi'an was a star warrior. Bang! Gu Shi'an landed heavily and said, "Okay, I'll play with you." It was Bai Ye's turn to be dumbfounded. "I'm obviously referring to Jiang Xiao. Why did you come down?" Gu Shi'an had been standing next to Jiang Xiao. Gu Shi'an actually accepted Bai Ye's attack gladly. Damn it, they're indeed the elite. Each of them is better than the other. Each of them is better than the other. If Jiang Xiao were to go down, would Gu Shi'an still have a chance to perform? Of course not. Hence, Gu Shi'an actually went down and accepted the challenge shamelessly. As soon as Ren Shu entered the arena, Gu Shi'an saw Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. Gu Shi'an immediately felt that the situation was not good. He could also tell that Ren Shu was a big shot and was definitely a strong competitor. However, Bai Yi was so good at playing tricks that he managed to make Ren Shu admit defeat in just a few sentences. How could Gu Shi'an let go of such a good opportunity? 1 against 3? Haha, dream on. Gu Shi'an lowered his head and looked at the dumbfounded Bai Yi in disdain. The diamond earring on his right ear was shining brightly under the sun. He said, "Why? Are you afraid again? Get lost if you're afraid." Bulsh asterisk T. Why would I be afraid? Bai Yi knew that this was a provocation, but he had no choice but to accept the challenge. There were so many people watching. No matter who he was referring to, there was no turning back now. Only Renshu, who was still in the middle of the arena, was still confused. Why did I admit defeat? I didn't admit defeat. Listen to me. Why is it the next round? The scene was exciting. What was a battle of wits and courage? What was a flying trick? Strike first and gain the upper hand. Since things had already come to this, he would press forward. Bai Yi suddenly swung his left hand and an illusory flying knife was instantly thrown at Gu Shiren. Evenly matched? Going back and forth? All Bulsh asterisk T. I'm a melee fighter. What I'm after is an instant kill. Ding. There was the sound of iron colliding? The illusory flying knife actually hit Gu Shiren's head, causing it to tilt to the side. There were even some sparks from the collision. Gu Shiren tilted his head and slowly turned back. He was unscathed. He looked at Bai Yi with disdain. He stroked his Mohican and said mockingly, "Let the competition begin." Chapter 385. Jiang Zhao's expression changed while he lay on the floor of the building. Bai Yi and Gu Shiren were indeed the geniuses who had entered the Star Warrior League in Beijing. Their combat abilities were simply astonishing. Bai Yi's swordsmanship was extremely ruthless, and his movement techniques were mysterious and unpredictable. Gu Shiren's body was as tough as steel, and he had nothing to fear. Similarly, he displayed his unique characteristics to the fullest. The way Bai Yi took out his weapon was very special. Although he pulled out the purple sword from behind his waist, everyone knew that he did not have a scabbard on his back, nor did he bring any weapons with him. That was just Bai Yi's habitual action. In other words, he summoned the purple sword out of thin air. That reminded Jiang Zhao of the female zombies in the ancient imperial mausoleum in Chang'an City. They didn't have any weapons in their hands, but they could summon bows and arrows out of thin air during battles. Jiang Zhao knew where that star technique came from. It was a silver-quality star technique from Guixian province named Purple Thorn Blade. It was considered a relatively common star technique in Guixian province. The blade was extremely sharp and lethal. With such a common and extremely powerful star technique, there were relatively more melee fighters in Guixian province. The same was true for the illusory flying dagger that Bai Yi threw out. Although it was illusory, it was also mixed with a faint purple color, making it look dreamy. The flying dagger was fast and ruthless. If Gu Shiren weren't really capable, he might have really been killed by Bai Yi instantly. Jiang Zhao also knew about such basic technique. After all, he had to take part in the college entrance examination. It was a brass-quality star technique named Circe's Thorn. Although it was a brass-quality star technique, the damage was not to be trifled with. Besides, such star techniques were hidden, consumed little star power, and were highly lethal. Hence, they were favored by most awakened. China was a vast land with abundant resources. Due to the different star techniques of each province, the professional styles that emerged were also different. For example, the typical melee fighter of the Yanzhao sect and the Tianjin sect was Liu Yang, who relied on the Shadow series star technique. His combat style could be described as elusive. Another example would be the melee fighter of Zhongji province, who grew up in the arsenal. Supplemented by the star techniques of the three northern provinces, the melee fighter of Zhongji province would be outstanding in the future. Although Xia Yan was from Beijiang province, her gold-quality body of star power was considered a star technique from Zhongji province. Another example would be the Guishi sect. They were proficient in flying daggers and special advanced star techniques that were outstanding in being ruthless and ruthless. Most of their movement techniques were as fast as lightning and erratic. When fighting with such melee fighters, one would really have to be careful about one's own life. Rustling sounds could be heard continuously from downstairs. The surrounding shield-bearers all retreated, and the arena formed by them could be said to have expanded again and again. Bai Yi might be arrogant and unruly, but he was really awesome. Due to his abilities, he was specially recruited by the Capital Star Warriors University last year. However, due to his young personality, he was kicked back to school by the teacher who was in charge of recruitment, Li Liang. But today, he had returned to the imperial capital and stood in the highest university in Huaxia. What did it prove? No matter what his personality was like, his strength was definitely solid. Gu Shi'an made a stunning appearance, but in the following battles, he was completely suppressed by Bai Yi even though he was invincible. The shield-bearers who were initially watching the fun also gradually realized a rather serious problem. If it were a one-on-one battle, they might not necessarily win. After all, he was a genius who had been admitted again after being expelled from school. Everyone had their own story, and so did Bai Yi. In fact, Bai Yi might have more stories than the other students present. But no one was willing to listen to the voice of an ordinary person, and no one was willing to listen to the voice of a failure. Hence, he worked even harder, and when he stood at the entrance of the Capital Star Warriors University again, someone was finally willing to listen to him. He liked that feeling and wanted to continue all of this. Jiang Shao wasn't quite sure where Bai Yi was from. The basic star techniques he displayed were from Guishi province, and his combat style was also in line with that faction. However, his Mandarin was very standard and he barely had any accent. Jiang Shao couldn't help but guess that he might have gotten someone to buy star beads from there. Jiang Shao wasn't quite sure which region of China Gu Shi'an was from. When they moved into the dormitory in the morning, Jiang Shao only heard him introduce himself as Gu Shi'an because they were discussing the issue of the shield warriors gathering together. He didn't know anything else. Until now, Jiang Shao knew very little about Gu Shi'an. His strong body reminded Jiang Shao of the Russian mercenaries. Until bang! It was another sharp and forceful attack from a tricky angle. Gu Shi'an's body was slashed to the ground, and the redbud blade made a piercing sound as it rubbed against his body. Because of the huge force, Gu Shi'an's body, which was lying on his back on the ground, continued to slide backward on the cement floor. Gu Shi'an only stopped after a full 3 meters. Bai Yi's swift figure caught up with him immediately. As soon as Gu Shi'an looked up, a purple blade was already pressed against his forehead. The corners of Bai Yi's mouth curled up slightly. His smile was filled with the joy of a victor. He said, "You lost." There was an uproar. Gu Shi'an laughed and said, "Hee hee." Bai Yi asked angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Gu Shi'an placed his elbows on the ground and lifted his upper body slightly. He actually used his forehead to block Bai Yi's blade and said, "How did I lose?" Bai Yi's eyes widened. "What? I'll say it." Gu Shi'an knocked his forehead against the purple blade, causing it to make a crisp sound. "How did I lose? How did you win?" Bai Yi felt his blood surging and he was burning with rage. He gripped the purple battle blade tightly and slashed it down forcefully. Kacha! Gu Shi'an was even faster and he actually grabbed the blade in front of him with one hand. Immediately afterwards, he squeezed it hard. Clatter! It was clearly a summoned redbud blade, but there was a crisp cracking sound when it broke. The purple battle blade shattered and Gu Shi'an's body leaped up. He supported himself with one hand and leaped diagonally upwards, kicking Bai Yi. Bai Yi's pupils constricted and he flicked his fringe, after which a purple battle blade appeared in his hand again. At the same time, there was a layer of faint purple mist that drifted away from his body. It was the silver quality star technique redbud robe. At the next moment, Bai Yi leaped back nimbly. Although Gu Shi'an had kicked him in the arm, he managed to deflect the force skillfully. Bai Yi did not suffer much damage and landed gently on the ground while holding the redbud blade in front of him. At the same time, Gu Shi'an's heavy body landed heavily on the ground, causing cracks to appear on the concrete ground. Gu Shi'an placed his hand behind his back and slowly pulled out a purple battle blade from his waist. Star power gathered and the purple mist continuously gathered. Gu Shi'an unsheathed his sword and swung it before holding it in front of him. His posture was exactly the same as Bai Ye's. Wow, damn it! Are these two fellows from the same hometown? The appearance of the identical purple battle blade caused an uproar. Bai Ye looked at the big shield in front of him, and felt like he was looking at a melee fighter of the same profession. There's no one like you in my hometown, Bai Ye said with a puzzled expression. Those who can get into the capital Star Warrior Academy will be widely publicized. Gu Shi'an dashed forward with his sword and said, I left home early. Bang, bang, bang. There were two figures, one swift and the other agile. The two swords were equally ruthless and cunning. Jiang Shao, who was upstairs, was dumbfounded. Is Gu Shi'an really a shield warrior? The styles of shield warrior, power warrior and melee warrior, combat warrior were similar in the first place. Besides, the students only had 8 star techniques during the nebula stage, and the two of them were fighting one-on-one instead of in a team battle. Hence, it was really difficult to judge Gu Shi'an's true profession. Jiang Shao only knew that he only saw Gu Shi'an's sword and not his shield. Or could it be? Gu Shi'an himself was a shield? The two of them were exchanging blows and fighting fiercely. The intense scene of them attacking each other made everyone around them feel intoxicated, but they were also terrified, for fear that one of them would suddenly die. More and more students started to gather around her. More and more, all of a sudden, a loud roar resounded throughout the venue. Not only did it penetrate everyone's eardrums, but it also shook everyone's hearts. A dark-skinned student yelled, Capital Star Warriors University forbids private fights. In an instant, the number of onlookers was reduced by half. If anyone were to pay attention, they would realize that the ones who took the lead were the Year 2 and Year 3 students who knew the rules. The group of Year 1 newbies naturally had the mentality of blindly following the rules. Seeing that the people around them had dispersed, the group of students also dispersed. Bai Ye and Gu Shi'an, these two were real men. Regardless of the situation, the two of them were really going all out. Even though the surrounding students had already dispersed and the audience had become a group of black-suited law enforcers, they were still at loggerheads with each other. The captain of the law enforcers, He Cheng, was expressionless. He raised his hand and waved, after which a group of people swarmed forward. Jiang Shao stood in front of the window and thought to himself, oh no. Bai Ye doesn't matter. After all, he's here to cause trouble, but Gu Shi'an jumped down because of Jiang Shao. Although Gu Shi'an also had his own motives for jumping down, because he wanted to show off and fight for a chance to join the team, it all started because of Jiang Shao, after all. University wasn't like high school. What if there was a particularly harsh punishment? Should he try to plead for Gu Shi'an? Should he be a witness and say that he helped him fight? Could he say that he was acting in self-defense? Jiang Shao hurriedly leaped out of the window. While falling from the sky, Jiang Shao suddenly realized a problem. He didn't seem to be as strong as the shield warriors? Nor did he have the nimble movement techniques of melee fighters? What the F***ck? How high is the second floor? Second floor, you don't know? I'll let you know today. Smack. Ah. TSK. This platinum endurance is really strong. I'm not injured at all. The only flaw is, the parts that should hurt still hurt. It didn't delay at all. Chapter 386. 3 days later. In the solitary confinement room on the street next to the Star Warriors Stadium in Beijing. Jiang Shao had always been curious about the independent building in the northeast corner of the school. 3 days ago, he finally understood that it was actually a solitary confinement room. Is it illegal to be placed in solitary confinement? However, Jiang Shao dared not say anything because he could accept the consequences. If Gu Shiren were to drop out of school, he would be in deep trouble. The leader of the enforcers, Black Prime Minister, did not treat the three of them differently. It could be said that he punished each of them 50 times with a wooden paddle. He immediately grounded the 3 juniors. The captain of the law enforcement team did not target Bai Yi because of his second offense either. That made Jiang Shao look at Black Prime Minister in a new light. This guy is rather magnanimous. Or does he not take Bai Yi seriously at all? But then again, although the 3 of them were grounded, the living conditions there were actually quite good. At least, Jiang Shao did not have to face the passionate gazes of the aunties in the cafeteria. That would be torture. It was great here. There were delicious food and drinks delivered to him every day. There was also a place to exercise. One of the few drawbacks was the restriction of personal freedom. Every day, Jiang Shao would lean against the iron window and look at the gray sky of Beijing. He would also look at the figures of the students playing football on the field a street away. In just the past 3 days, Jiang Shao had watched plenty of drama, all of which took place on the football field. The group of children were all star warriors. Hence, there was an unwritten rule that they were not allowed to use any star techniques when playing football. Otherwise, they would be kicked out of the football field. That was a habit that had been prevalent since high school. It was the same across the country. Be it football, basketball, or badminton, they would have to play according to the routines of ordinary people. Star techniques could be consciously restricted, but not the body. Some star techniques did not need to be actively activated. Hence, the group of football youths were extremely thrilling when they played football. When they walked closer, they saw that there were many pits in the green field. The students played football fiercely and were hot-tempered. They were not careless when they fought. One after another, many students were sent there. They wanted to reform and turn over a new leaf. At this moment, Jiang Shao finally realized that the Black Prime Minister really didn't take their fight seriously at all. He reckoned that there would be plenty of such incidents during the start of school every year. Just now I mentioned one of the few shortcomings, so what is the second one? Even though he was here, he still had to go to class. Moreover, it was compulsory education. The person who taught the trio was a senior from the Senior Student Council, who was also the prison head here. Her name was Xie Alashila, was a cute girl with glasses. She looked very cute, talked very cute, and her height was also very cute. She was about 1.6 meters tall. It's just that her mouth isn't cute at all. Jiang Shao finally understood what it meant to have a sharp tongue. Jiang Shao finally understood that the so-called imprisonment was not physical torture, but mental torture. According to Warden Xie, the 3 of them had criminal records. If they committed another crime, they would be sent to a higher level of confinement. Jiang Shao had always been curious about what the highest level of confinement looked like. Before he could even ask, he would start to enjoy the 1-on-3 tutoring session. He did not even have to memorize or write the school rules. He would just be nagging beside his ear. Hey, hey, hey. Jiang Shao leaned against the iron window and cried in his heart. He looked at the students playing football on the green lawn in the distance, but a strange sound came from behind him. Without looking back, he knew that Bai Yi was doing pull-ups. There were rocks on the wall that looked like indoor rock climbing, but there were only 2 of them, which was enough for one person to do pull-up. Yes, the 3 of them lived together. The third shortcoming appeared. After entering, Gu Shiren and Bai Yi quarreled a lot. However, Jiang Shao was stunned to realize that after they confirmed each other's identities, they were all speaking in their hometown dialect. Jiang Shao could not understand at all. Those who had never experienced it would not be able to understand such pain. The 2 of them argued until their faces were red, but Jiang Shao was listening attentively like a primary school student. It was as if he had returned to the time when he was in physics class in school. Jiang Shao really wanted to join the fight. But however, his strength did not allow him to. Jiang Shao also knew the dialect, but everyone could understand his dialect. Even if there were specific dialect words, a smart person would be able to guess most of them, so he had no advantage at all. Stop shouting, I'm healing you. Jiang Shao was still leaning against the iron window, looking into the distance as he muttered to himself. Bai Ye's body trembled, and he forcefully held back his voice. The facts had proven that no matter how unruly a person was, he or she would be subdued by Jiang Shao and become docile. The key was that Jiang Shao did not hit or scold anyone, he just kept on giving them back their energy. Bai Ye even went to the prison head to complain about Jiang Zhao's cruel behavior, but Jiang Shao repeatedly healed Bai Ye in the name of caring for and loving his classmates. On the night the three of them were locked together, Bai Ye was already tamed by Jiang Shao. All of a sudden, the demonic voice came from outside the iron door. Little Allah class has begun. It's not good for children to like to fight. What should we do? Whether it was Bai Ye who was working out, Gu Shi and who was sleeping on the bed, or Jiang Shao who was watching the game from the window, they all shivered. This was not milk from the body, it was milk from the soul. Click. The small window of the iron door was pulled open, and a cute girl wearing black-rimmed glasses appeared with a cute and charming smile on her face. This kind of smile was called the Devil's Smile by Jiang Shao. Next, let's review the school rules and regulations. Chapter 1, Section 1. Xie Allah moved a small stool and sat in front of the iron door. She rubbed her mushroom head, opened the thick book on her lap, and began to recite in an emotional voice. Gu Shi turned over and lay on the bed with a terrified expression. He held a pillow in his hand and covered his head tightly. Bai Ye, who was doing pull-ups, fell to the ground. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, smiled. It's been 3 days. Prison head Xie, I've tolerated you for 3 days. Today is the day I get out of prison. It's almost time. Do you think I'll let you have a good lesson? Allah, Allah, Jiang Shao suddenly said. Huh. Xie Allah stretched her head forward, and her cute face was almost stuck to the small window of the iron door. Bai Ye was flustered, and he retreated with both his hands and feet. On the first night in prison, because Bai Ye refused to be disciplined, Xie Allah walked into the room. She tied Bai Ye to the bed with great force. Then, she moved a small stool and sat beside Bai Ye's bed. She put her mouth close to his ear and quietly recited the rules of a disciple for the whole night. That was what one could call a soft and gentle voice. It left a very serious psychological trauma on Bai Ye. Jiang Shao said, "You're from the government, right? You're going to be a teacher and teach children in the future, right?" Xie Allah thought about it and said, "Don't talk. Listen to the lesson." Jiang Shao said, "Allah, Allah." Xie Allah was a little angry. She puffed up her little face and said, "What now?" Jiang Shao said, "On the first day, you told us that if we make another mistake, there will be a higher level of detention?" Xie Allah snorted and said, "Yes, stop talking. I'm going to start the lesson." Jiang Shao said, "Allah, Allah." Xie Allah stood up abruptly and pulled open the locked iron door with brute force. Bai Ye's face turned pale with fright. After being imprisoned, he realized that the iron door was not to prevent them from running out, but to prevent the villains from barging in. The crux of the matter was that the door could not stop the demons at all. It was the most affectionate call from Bai Ye's cellmate, Capital Star Warrior. "Can you guys make my cell door stronger?" Xie Allah stormed in angrily, obviously dissatisfied with the students who had disrupted the order of the classroom. "Jiang Xiaopi, what do you want?" Jiang Shao blinked and said, "I just want to know how terrifying those high-level isolation cells are." Xie Allah walked straight to Jiang Shao and looked up at him. "Hit me." Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Xie Allah said, "Didn't you want to know? Hit me then." I'll send you in. Jiang Shao hesitated for a while, and looked at her cute little face. Although he really wanted to slap her, he held back. Jiang Shao smiled and reached out to rub Xie Allah's mushroom-shaped head. The school rules don't allow it. Xie Allah was stunned for a moment before she humphed and nodded in satisfaction. Jiang Shao suddenly changed the topic. In order to reward you for doing your best to tutor us, I'm willing to offer you my sincerest blessings. Xie Allah was dumbfounded. Her confused expression instantly turned into one of bewilderment. Bai Yi sat up. Gu Shi sat up. The two of them looked at the dazzling holy light and the demons who had been punished by the holy light. Both of them had expressions of worship on their faces. Relax, relax. You're too tired. There are so many students. After you're done lecturing us, go next door. After you're done lecturing next door, go next door. Jiang Shao said softly. The quality of the blessing was first silver and then slowly decreased to brass. He picked up Xie Allah's petite body and carried her to Bai Ye's bed. You've been lecturing the students day and night without rest. You don't sleep at all. You're too tired. Jiang Shao slowly placed Sheila on the bed and hummed a tune softly. The dark sky hangs low, the bright stars follow, the insects fly, who are you thinking of, ha? Xie Allah yawned, her eyes hidden behind her glasses looking a little hazy. Xiaopi, what are you guys doing? A voice suddenly came from outside the door. Han Jiangxue looked shocked. Song Chuanxi, who had accompanied her, was also a little confused. After being in school for more than 3 years, it was the first time he had seen such a scene in the detention room. 3 burly men who were 1.8 meters and 1.9 meters tall were surrounding the bed and singing to Xie Allah, shu, shu, shu. Jiang Shao, Gu Shi, and Bai Ye's actions were surprisingly consistent. They turned around one after another and placed their fingers on their lips, gesturing to the people outside the door to keep quiet. Jiang Shao looked at Han Jiangxue and Song Chuanxi, who had come to pick him up from prison, and whispered, "The demon is asleep. Don't disturb her." Jiang Shao then shot a glance at them, after which the 3 of them quickly picked up their clothes and tiptoed out of the metal door before closing it gently. Song Chuanxi was completely speechless. It was the first time she had seen a prisoner coax the head of the prison to sleep. All of a sudden, a murmur could be heard coming from inside the door. The rules of the disciples, the teachings of the saints, the first is filial piety, the second is faith. Jiang Shao panicked and began to run away with Han Jiangxue. While running, he lowered his voice and yelled at the various prison doors in the corridor, "Be quiet, all of you! I've coaxed the head of the prison to sleep. Pray that she sleeps a little longer. I'm out of prison today and that's all I can do to help you. Remember me. I'm a freshman, Jiang Xiaopi. There's no end to learning and there's a long way to go. When we meet again in the future, please take care of me." Song Chuanxi, as the head of Capital Star's Melee Combat Division, truly felt the feeling of lining the road to welcome. Along the way, behind the prison doors, there were tears of gratitude and hoarse voices expressing their gratitude. He could even hear some crying of joy. At this moment, Song Chuanxi felt the charm of the toxic healer. This junior has a promising future. In the future, if he goes to prison a few more times, he might even be elected as the president of the Student Union of the Capital Star Warriors. At the top. Chapter 387. Under the accompaniment of Minister Song and Han Jiangxue, the 3 prisoners registered at the door. After confirming that the time of confinement was up, the 2 seniors let them in. In fact, even if it wasn't time yet, the guards on duty would still show some respect to Song Chuanxi, the Minister of Melee Warfare. Phew! As soon as Jiang Shao stepped out of the door, he raised his head and took a deep breath. The weather was exceptionally good today and the sun was shining brightly. It was a suitable day to get out of prison. You're out? A beautiful female voice sounded. Jiang Shao turned around, only to see a tall man and a woman standing not too far away, staring at them with an intense gaze. The young woman seemed to be in a dominant position. After attracting everyone's attention, she smiled and greeted Song Chuanxi. "Good morning, Sister Song." Song Chuanxi smiled too, which was as bright as the sun and seemed to be able to dispel the gloominess in the cell behind her. She nodded and said, "Hey Shui, why are you so free? Are you here to visit us?" The tall girl with a ponytail shook her head and said, "No, I'm here to pick someone up." Song Chuanxi froze for a moment and realized that the man and the woman were looking at the three prisoners. She immediately knew what they were up to and couldn't help but smile. "You want to take the path of dual auxiliaries?" Immediately afterwards, Song Chuanxi asked in bewilderment, "Dual auxiliaries and rules awakened? This lineup isn't common." "Hee, Minister Song, you must be joking. We don't have the guts to poach people from you. Besides, we also know that it's impossible for the two champions to be separated. We're here to look for him." The young man then pointed at Bai Yi. Me?" Bai Yi froze for a moment and pointed at himself. Immediately afterwards, Bai Yi sized up the man and woman with a scrutinizing gaze. "Why are you looking for me? I don't know you guys." Shui gave Song Chuanxi a helpless look and asked, "Leave him to us?" Song Chuanxi looked at Jiang Shao with uncertainty. After all, she wanted to rope Han Jiangshui in, and there was no doubt that Jiang Shao held a high position in her heart. Who knew how Jiang Shao and Bai Yi got along in the past 3 days? Who knew if Jiang Shao was willing to recruit Bai Yi into his team? However, Jiang Shao roughly understood what the couple was trying to say. It seemed that Bai Yi had finally marketed himself. Of course, Jiang Shao wouldn't team up with Bai Yi. He pushed Bai Yi and said, "You're like a porcupine. You don't even know how strong he is. How can you find good teammates with that attitude? What if he was last year's champion?" Bai Yi was shocked. "I know who was the champion last year. These two people weren't there. What league did they become champions of?" Bai Yi looked at the couple in a daze and asked, "Are you the champions?" The man and woman looked at each other and shook their heads. Bai Yi. Shui walked up with a smile and said, "We saw an impressive junior, so Jingqiu and I came to take a look." The young man called Jingqiu said, "Kid, you're really good at causing trouble. You made a ruckus at the school gate on the day you reported for the exam. Then, you got into a fight at apartment number 17. Bai Yi humphed and asked, "So what?" Shui held her forehead with one hand and suddenly had the urge to beat Bai Yi up. She said, "We watched the videos of you during the college entrance examination last year and this year and realized that you're pretty good. 2 of our teammates have regrouped with other teams, so we came over to see if you're qualified to be our teammate." Bai Yi was displeased to hear that and said in disdain, "Do you think I'm qualified? Aren't you being rebellious? I should be the one who wants to see if you're qualified." Shui froze for a moment while Song Chuanxi couldn't help but laugh. Even the famous support Shui had times when she was humiliated. Shui spread her hands helplessly and said, "Sure." As she spoke, the star power in her body surged. As the star power gathered, a large number of balls suddenly appeared around her. No, it's not an ordinary ball. There seems to be something crawling out of it. Jiang Shao was taken aback and subconsciously retreated. Ants crawled out of the blue sphere made of star power one after another. As they crawled, their bodies were still growing at a crazy rate. After crawling out a few meters, the ants had already reached their maximum size and were about the size of puppies. Due to the fact that they were enlarged versions of ants, their antennae and limbs were enlarged too. There were even long barbed thorns on their limbs. Wait, aren't ants 6-legged? Jiang Shao finally snapped back to his senses. It's all because the creatures of other dimensions look too much like ants, causing his first impression of them to be ant. At the end of the day, they're all creatures of other dimensions. As the star power was finally pieced together, the outer skin of the giant ants gradually turned black. Each of them had a large head and long antennae pointing to the ground. The dense barbed thorns on their bodies were rather terrifying. At least 20 to 30 ants quickly crawled towards Bai Yi and quickly surrounded him. Hiss, hiss. With a strange sound, the giant ants propped themselves up and their dark compound eyes gradually changed color. Everyone could feel the change in the atmosphere. Bai Yi's body tensed up and a layer of purple light had already appeared on his body. Silver quality star technique, red bud robe. Bai Yi was either scared or shocked. He looked at Shui Yi from afar and stammered, Platinum Dark Queen Ant Star Bead? Gold Quality Star Technique, Proliferation? Gold Quality Star Technique, Ant Unity? Bai Yi mentioned the names of a Platinum Quality Star Bead and 2 Gold Quality Star Techniques. Shui Yi smiled and said, Junior brother, you have a good eye. Do you think I'm qualified to be your teammate now? Bai Yi swallowed his saliva and asked while being surrounded by a group of giant ants, You're from Guishi? Shui Yi nodded matter-of-factly. Bai Yi suddenly froze and seemed to have thought of something. I remember now. You're Shui Yiren from Linshi No. 4 High School? Shui Yi said casually, Forget about Yiren, just call me Shui Yi. Besides, I'm not from your previous cohort. After all, you failed in the special recruitment and were kicked back to school. You enrolled 2 years later than me. Bai Yi carefully sized up Shui Yi and murmured, You've changed a lot. You're completely different from the photo in the competition information. The tall young man, Jing Qiu, snapped his fingers and said, Let's get down to business. Bai Yi asked in bewilderment, You're already in year 3. Why are you challenging your teammates in year 1? Shui Yi's voice was calm as she spoke the truth. University is different from high school, especially in the capital Star Warriors University. Some people are willing to poach and tear down teams for the sake of their own interests, causing the teams to be in a foul mood. Jing Qiu suddenly hollered, Shui Yi. Shui Yi glanced at Jing Qiu and changed the topic. We've watched the videos of you during the last 2 cohorts and your 8-star technique. We think you're suitable. By the way, you're still at the peak of Nebula stage, right? Did you break through during the holidays? Surrounded by a group of large ants, Bai Yi shook his head obediently. Shui said indifferently, Yeah, it's the same anyway. The year 2 and year 3 students are also stuck at the peak of the Nebula stage. Shui Yi then nodded at Song Chuanxi and the others. Leave it to me. The 4 of them looked at each other and turned around to leave. Jiang Xiao vaguely heard Shui Yi's voice. It's time for you to prove that you're qualified to be my teammate. Now, survive their encirclement. Jiang Xiao carefully turned his head to look, only to see that the 20 to 30 giant ants were spurting green liquid at the same time, followed by Bai Yi's miserable shriek, Oh my god, why are there new species? There are even giant ants that can fly? That should be a high-quality star technique unique to Guishi, right? Jiang Xiao looked at the ugly ants and couldn't help but shiver. He nudged Gu Shi'an's shoulder and asked, Are you familiar with this star technique? Gu Shi'an's expression was sullen and he spoke very quickly. It's a specialty of Guishi, a star bead produced in the dark cave. There are very few of such dimensional spaces, and it's not a subject that can be mastered or tested. Shui Yi's parents probably work in the military. Ordinary people can't get their hands on the Dark Ant Queen star bead. Only those who work in the dark cave can get their hands on 1 or 2 for their children. Such star beads can only be used by their spouses and children. They can't even be given to their biological brothers. They're also not allowed to be sold or sold. This is also a special benefit that the country gives to the soldiers stationed in the dark cave. As he spoke, Gu Shi'an's footsteps quickened. No one knew what he was so anxious about. He urged, Let's go faster. Jiang Xiao looked at Gu Shi'an curiously and asked, What are you going to do? Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Xiao with an impatient expression and turned to look at the carefree Song Chuanxi and Han Jiangshu. After holding it in for a long time, he finally swallowed his words. All of a sudden, Gu Shiren's eyes lit up because a group of students who had just finished playing football appeared at the intersection in front of them. Gu Shiren scurried over. Jiang Xiao looked at Gu Shiren curiously and whispered to Han Jiangshu, "This is the shield warrior that I've taken a fancy to. He's rather competent. After interacting with him for the past 3 days, he seems to be a loyal and righteous person. Let's continue to observe him. You should also take a look at his star technique. If his star technique and temperament are up to standard, we'll decide on him." Song Chuanxi raised his eyebrows in bewilderment. He had always thought that Han Jiangshu, who was extremely competent, would be the absolute leader of the team, but it seemed that it was not the case. Jiang Xiao seemed to have an extraordinary say when it came to the selection of people. Song Chuanxi had clearly made the same mistake as everyone else. After all, Han Jiangshu was too powerful, and he naturally thought that she was the leader of the team. Han Jiangshu's reaction also confirmed Song Chuanxi's thoughts. Han Jiangshu nodded thoughtfully and said, "Okay, let's observe him for a while." Song Chuanxi thought to himself, "It seems that Jiang Zhao's command at the last moment during the finals was not a flash of inspiration. Could it be that this team has always been a two-person commander? Maybe, at the most critical moment, the assistant is the absolute leader?" While the siblings looked at Gu Shiren from afar, Gu Shiren had already scurried to the front of the students and said, "Everyone, do you have any cigarettes? Hurry up and give me one. I can't hold it in anymore." The group of students froze for a moment before bursting into laughter. Several of them took out cigarettes from their pockets, knowing that they were not far from the confinement cell. Looking at Gu Shiren's disheveled appearance, they couldn't help but laugh. "Did you just escape from Warden Xie?" Gu Shiren lit up a cigarette and took a deep puff in the distance. Jiang Xiao looked at the evil spirit in the smoke speechlessly. "This is too embarrassing. He's already tolerated it for 3 days, but now that he's out, he can't hold it in anymore?" Jiang Xiao was still thinking of finding a buddy to share his cigarettes with. Judging from Gu Shiren's reaction, he reckoned that he probably wouldn't even bear to share his cigarette butt. Chapter 388. The reporting time for the Star Warriors Academy was September 1st, and the classes would officially start on September 5th. Jiang Xiao had been grounded for 72 hours due to the shield competition incident, which disrupted the order of the school. He was only released on the morning of September 4th. In other words, the next day would be the official day of school. Jiang Xiao would never have dreamed that the days of studying in the Star Warriors Academy would start with imprisonment. During the 3 days that Jiang Xiao was away, his dormitory was bombarded with all sorts of indiscriminate attacks. Many people came to try to get into Jiang Zhao's good books and join the team that had won the championship for the past 16 years. However, none of them succeeded. Feeling helpless, some of them moved to Han Jiangshu and Xiaoyan's place. The two girls did not agree to anyone's request, especially Han Jiangshu. She had always been difficult to get along with and would never be nice to anyone. In the past 3 days, Han Jiangshu was extremely annoyed by the waves of people who recommended themselves to her. In fact, they even began to disrupt her normal life. She became colder and colder, and everyone could sense her unapproachable aura. However, there were still some people who wanted to try their luck. Regardless of whether they were really capable or just wanted to cozy up to her, they were all rejected by Han Jiangshu. Song Chuanxi saw everything. After confirming that Han Jiangshu was not pretending and was playing hard to get, she mobilized her subordinates and created a good living environment for Han Jiangshu. With Song Chuanxi's help, Han Jiangshu's life finally became much more peaceful. Until now, Song Chuanxi had not mentioned the World League to Han Jiangxue. However, Han Jiangxue was well aware of her goodwill towards her. As a star warrior, it was a supreme honor to be able to represent the country and participate in the World League. To be honest, Han Jiangxue was a little tempted. Hence, she did not turn down Song Chuanxi's good intentions. This time, the two of them went together to bring Jiang Shao out of prison. Jiang Shao could tell from her expression that Han Jiangxue was willing to do so. Little Jiangxue was really ambitious. She wanted to go and conquer the world, just as she was in year 1. Jiang Shao reckoned that her parents, whom she had never met, would be very proud of her. However, Han Jiangxue's idea was not that difficult to realize. After all, she was the queen of the galaxy stage. Most of the elites who fought in the world were also in the galaxy stage. Even if Han Jiangxue had less star power than her opponents, she was not inferior in terms of the number of star slots and physical fitness. Since Han Jiangxue had passed the hurdle of the galaxy stage, she was definitely qualified to participate in the competition. Not only was she qualified, but her damage output might even be ranked in the top. Since she had such ambitions, Jiang Shao would definitely not be a burden to her. Jiang Shao thought to himself, "I'll have to go on a public holiday in the second half of the semester." The three of them ignored Gu Shiren, who was puffing out clouds of smoke. Under the invitation of Minister Song, Jiang Shao was brought back to apartment number 11 by the two of them. It was a luxurious room for two, and Han Jiangxue's bedroom had a separate bathroom. She also had a full set of daily necessities, such as shower gel and shampoo. Hence, Jiang Shao took a quick shower. She washed herself clean and rubbed herself fragrant. Humming a tune, Jiang Shao opened the door slightly and peeked outside. No one? My abs are really nice. Is there really no one peeking at me? Jiang Shao opened the bathroom door wider again and peeked out, only to discover that there was a stool at the door with a new set of clothes on it. Jiang Shao changed into a set of loose, short-sleeved shirt and cropped pants. He then walked out in his flip-flops. I hope that Han Jiangxue didn't freeze my two roommates when she went to his apartment to pick up her clothes. Han Jiangxue's bedroom was really clean and simple. There was no makeup, no plush toys, and no traces of young girls. However, there was a book placed under the bedside table lamp. Jiang Shao walked over and bent down to take a look at it. The Encyclopedia of Dimensional Spaces in Beijing. Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows and turned around to walk out. There's no one in the living room? Wow. What did these two girls do? Is it appropriate to leave me in the ladies' room? After taking 2 steps, Jiang Shao finally sensed a figure moving in the distance. He looked to the left, only to see that Han Jiangxue and Song Chuanxi were sitting on the balcony on both sides of the exquisite glass table. There was a teapot, a few white porcelain teacups, and 2 plates of dried fruits on the table. TSK. They sure know how to enjoy themselves. Song Chuanxi also noticed Jiang Shao. She turned around and smiled at him while pinching a hazelnut with 2 fingers. Kacha. The hazelnut that didn't open at all was easily crushed by Song Chuanxi. She pinched it gently with her fingertips, and pieces of shell fell off. She picked up the fruit and tossed it into her mouth. While chewing, she picked up the teacup leisurely. Cooling off. Jiang Shao walked to the balcony and looked into the distance in the direction that Han Jiangxue was looking at. The entire apartment building was surrounded by trees. The drooping branches were lush, making people feel relaxed and happy just by looking at them. A few rays of sunlight shone through the dense leaves and shone on the two of them, leaving flickering spots on their bodies. Jiang Shao held onto the stone railing of the balcony and leaned out to look to the left. This tree is really awesome. I don't have to hold up an umbrella. However, you two should move from time to time. Don't let your fair legs get sunburned. Song Chuanxi coughed. Ahem, Minister Song, who was drinking tea, seemed to have choked. Clearly, she was not used to Jiang Zhao's style. After hearing Jiang Zhao's words, Song Chuanxi really moved her legs. Sit! Han Jiangxue glared at Jiang Shao angrily while pushing a small teacup to the other side of the glass table and pouring a cup of tea for Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao sat on the stool and grabbed a few raisins. Why did you bring me here? Do you have any instructions? Han Jiangxue looked at Jiang Shao quietly and said, I've decided to participate in the competition. While eating the raisins, Jiang Shao said, Ah, that's a good thing. I support you. Han Jiangxue continued, if you choose to participate in the competition, you'll have to spend a lot of time getting used to working with Song Chuanxi's team and completing missions together. That will affect our team. Jiang Shao was amused and asked, what impact? There's no university honor competition in Year 1 and 2. You'll only have a chance to participate in it in Year 3 and Year 4. By then, you'll have already sent senior sister Song away. It won't cause any delay. Song Chuanxi was dumbfounded. Although that made sense, why did she feel that something was amiss? Jiang Shao continued, besides, you can study with her for a year and come back to lead us in Year 2. Wouldn't that be great? Song Chuanxi was overjoyed. It seemed that this little kid was very supportive of his sister's choice. In that case, Song Chuanxi felt relieved. Through their interaction, she could tell that Jiang Shao was very important to Han Jiangxue. Song Chuanxi interjected, you guys just have to attend classes and complete your academic tasks as usual. I'll coordinate the time and try not to delay your studies. However, Jiangxue, you'll have to work hard. Han Jiangxue said, it's okay. I wanted to participate in the competition, so I should bear all of this. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, if Han Jiangxue is really selected, I'm thinking, can I go out with her to participate in the competition? Song Chuanxi asked in shock, you want to participate in the World Cup? Team or solo? Jiang Shao waved his hands and said, no, I mean, can I accompany her to participate in the competition and do the logistics work? I can also broaden my horizons. Song Chuanxi said with a troubled expression. This, Han Jiangxue interrupted. We'll talk about it when the time comes. I'm not sure if I'll be selected yet. Sensing that the atmosphere was a little awkward, Song Chuanxi said, by the way, tomorrow is the 5th of September. Have you prepared for the battle mission at the start of the school term? Jiang Shao pursed his lips and asked, fake military training? Song Chuanxi nodded and said, I know you're very impressive, but you still have to be extra careful, especially since there are only 3 to 5 people in your team and they're all your classmates. That means that you'll be completing the mission as 3 to 5 assistants. At this point, Song Chuanxi's bright and beautiful eyes were filled with a trace of worry. Do you know the training location of the fake military training? Jiang Shao said. Yes, the Black Rock Mountain. The legendary pain of Black Rock Mountain. It's a show of strength for the elites from the highest academy in China. It's a good tradition, much more interesting than the real military training. Song Chuanxi said. There are gold-quality creatures there. Don't force yourself. Stay closer to your mentor and don't leave his line of sight. Jiang Shao asked curiously, aren't there brass-quality, small fire puddles too? Song Chuanxi couldn't help but roll her eyes at Jiang Shao with a smile. She crushed the shell of a hazelnut and twisted it gently, causing pieces of the shell to fall on the table. She then flicked the shell into the air and said, how can that thing be a threat to humans? If you're really defeated by them, I advise you to drop out of school now. Jiang Shao didn't listen to her at all. He simply stared at the hazelnuts that were falling in a parabola while struggling internally. The hazelnuts were clearly aimed at him. Han Jiangxue sat at the side and watched everything with a sullen gaze. So, should I pick it up or not? Should I eat it or not? That's the question. At the top. Chapter 389. It was said that only by being infinitely close to death could one comprehend the true meaning of survival. Hence, Jiang Shao not only opened his mouth to catch the falling hazelnuts, but he also ate them with relish. So fragrant! The beginning of September in the capital was extremely hot, but on the balcony of apartment 1107, there was a bone-chilling coldness. Jiang Shao stood up shakily and said with a stiff expression, It's a fake military training tomorrow. I'm going back to study the creatures in the Black Rock Mountain. See you. While speaking, Jiang Shao carefully walked past Han Jiangxue and passed through the living room, only to stop at the door of her bedroom. 2 seconds later, he turned his head to look at the Encyclopedia of Dimensional Spaces in the capital on the bedside table. Yes, a real man has to be on the brink of death. Jiang Shao walked in and picked up the book, before turning around to walk out of the room. He walked towards the door of the dormitory while yelling, I'm taking this book back to study it. After saying that, Jiang Shao scurried out of dormitory 1107. Yes, I might look pathetic when I escape, but I must be manly when I court death. While running away with the book, Jiang Shao thought to himself, seriously, she's feeding me so gently. How rude would it be if I didn't take it? Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and walked out of the female dormitory while flipping open the book that wasn't considered thick and looking for the table of contents. Xiaopi! A cold voice suddenly sounded from above his head. Jiang Shao froze in his tracks and slowly turned around to look up at the second floor. He saw that Han Jiangxue was holding 2 clothes hangers, on which hung the Viking t-shirt and baggy cropped pants that he had changed out of previously and washed during the shower. They were still dripping with water. Han Jiangxue said coldly, Take these clothes back. Jiang Shao waved his hands and said, No need, I'll leave them here to dry. I'll come back to shower later so that I'll have clothes to change into. Crack! Behind Jiang Shao, a girl who was walking towards the dormitory with a stack of books in her arms loosened her grip and the books fell to the ground. Han Jiangxue blushed and glared at Jiang Shao fiercely before turning around and disappearing from the window. Jiang Shao scratched his head awkwardly and turned around to look at the girl who was squatting on the ground to pick up the books. Why are you reacting so strongly? He clearly didn't have any other meaning. But now that you've done this, aren't you getting the wrong idea? Jiang Shao looked at the girl helplessly and turned to look at the balcony helplessly, only to see Song Chuanxi smiling uncontrollably. She waved at Jiang Shao and said, Come here often. As soon as the girl picked up the book, she looked up and saw another beautiful girl standing on the balcony. She had a gentle smile on her face, and was waving at the boy in front of her. But the book that the girl had just picked up dropped to the ground again. Jiang Shao couldn't help but turn to look at her and ask, Is your book too hot? The girl blushed. She squatted down again and picked up the book in a flurry. Sighed Jiang Shao sighed. Girls were indeed salted duck eggs. The outside was so pure white, but when it was cut open, the inside was yellow. Jiang Shao flipped through the book and brushed past the girl. The girl paused for a moment and waited for Jiang Shao to walk away. She then quietly looked up and sized up Jiang Zhao's back. The more he looked at it, the more alarmed he got. This figure. Isn't this my classmate, the famous toxic healer Jiang Xiaopi? So he's such a person? Oh no, I still have to meet him tomorrow? I still have to be his classmate for 4 years? At the thought of this, the girl's blushing face slowly turned pale. Black Rock Mountain, ha! Found it. While looking at it, Jiang Shao walked back to his apartment building. Well, it was no different from the knowledge he learned during the college entrance examination. As soon as he arrived downstairs, he saw a group of burly men walking out of the apartment building. Jiang Shao got a great shock and thought to himself, That's way too imposing. Hey! Xiaopi! Good afternoon, Jiang Xiaopi. The shield warriors were extremely nice to Jiang Shao and some of them even tried to get close to him. Jiang Shao was a little bewildered and asked, Where are you guys going? Are you going out in groups? The class has gathered. I reckon they're going to issue a mission for the military training at Black Rock Mountain tomorrow. Didn't you receive the news? He just got out of the detention room. How could he receive the news? Hurry up, it's the first time we've gathered. Don't be late. Jiang Shao waved goodbye to the shield warriors and thought, what do I do? Where do I go? Damn it, there's no support in the entire dormitory. By the way, there's Kai Yao too. Jiang Shao scurried upstairs while his flip-flops were making noises. He found his mobile phone and quickly charged it before turning it on. He didn't have to ask Kai Yao at all because a series of messages had already arrived. Why are there so many strangers adding me? When did I get added to the group chat? Kai Yao really sent me a WeChat message from 2 days ago. Let's form a team for the military training at Black Rock Mountain. I saw your reply. Don't feel embarrassed. If you've formed a team, just give me a reply. I'll form a team with someone else. Jiang Xiaopi, I heard that you've been detained? Reply as soon as you come out. Rascal! Jiang Shao turned off the chat with Kai Yao and opened a chat group that he was unfamiliar with. He saw an unfamiliar profile picture which should have been sent in the morning. At 14 p.m., gather at Classroom 101 on the first floor of Teaching Building B. Jiang Shao looked at the time and saw that it was 13:45 p.m. He could make it in time. He hurriedly scurried out. The Capital Star Warriors was huge and his flip-flops were rather lame. When Jiang Shao ran to the classroom, he was just in time. Fortunately, the teacher had yet to arrive. However, there were too few students in the class. When he looked at the WeChat group just now, Jiang Shao felt that there were very few people in the group chat. He thought that there were people who didn't join the group, but now it seemed that everyone was there. Jiang Shao saw Kai Yao's figure, but she was sitting with a girl. Hence, Jiang Shao didn't go over. He walked to the back row and sat at the very back. It was a great position. He just needed an AWM to kill one kid with one shot. 1, 2, 3. 36. The Capital Star Warrior Academy, the auxiliary courtyard, only had 36 people? Assistants were indeed rare creatures. Even the Capital Star Warriors could only recruit so many of them in a year. Jiang Zhao's thoughts were a little biased. In fact, there was a group of assistants who went to the government, but they were all aiming for politics, business, and other industries. They did not intend to go into combat. Jiang Zhao's appearance clearly attracted the attention of many students, but they were all well-mannered. Most of them were whispering to each other, and did not make any big movements in the classroom. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man walked in with a stern expression. Behind him were 9 men and women who were mostly around 40 years old, and seemed to be teachers. The teachers walked straight to the first row, which happened to be empty. Hence, they took their seats too. Zhou Xinghe. The middle-aged man stood on the podium and introduced himself. I'm your counselor and I'm in charge of managing the students' lives and studies. Zhou Xinghe glanced at the students who had appeared in the National League, such as Kai Yao from Tianjin, Li Yuan from Beijing, and Jiang Shao from Beijing. He paused for a moment and said, "The fact that you can enter the Capital Star Warriors means that you're above a certain standard. However, no matter how impressive you were in the past or what kind of results you've obtained, you're just ordinary students here." Zhou Xinghe then looked at Jiang Shao and said, "Being humble and keeping a low profile is the best partner for your growth." Jiang Shao lowered his head quietly. He reckoned that the counselor must have found out about his confinement. Zhou Xinghe continued, "You can find my WeChat in the group. My phone number is also on it. If you have any difficulties in your studies or life, you can look for me. I will try my best to help you. I only have one request for you." The students listened attentively. Counselor Zhou Xinghe placed his hands on the podium and said, "No one is allowed to skip cultural lessons." Counselor Zhou Xinghe continued, "I'll tell the cultural teachers of each subject to take attendance before class. If you're absent once, 41 points will be deducted for that subject's final exam. If you fail 2 or more subjects, you'll have to repeat a year. I can't tutor you anymore, so I'll get the other counselors to tutor you. Damn it, ruthless. Ruthless. He's a ruthless person. Being absent once is equivalent to failing a subject. Deducting 41 points? Even if you get full marks, you'll only get 59 points in the end. There was an uproar in the classroom. The students were not fools, and they knew that repeating a year wouldn't be for nothing. There had to be corresponding conditions and measures. If things went wrong, they might really be expelled. They went through all kinds of hardships and risked their lives to get into Capital Star Warrior, yet they were expelled because they skipped classes? Counselor Zhou has said, "I'm only in charge of your cultural lessons and daily life. As for the practical lessons, that's their business." While speaking, Counselor Zhou gestured to the teachers in the first row and said, "The quality of the teachers in Capital Star Warrior is beyond your imagination. Since you've been admitted here, you should enjoy the same treatment. Now, go and look for the teacher who will be leading the team tomorrow. Each teacher can have 4 people standing in front of him. If there are more than 4 people, the next person can challenge any of the 4 in front of him. In the end, the students who join the team will be decided according to the teacher's preference." What does that mean? 1 teacher leading 4 people? If there are more people, they can challenge the other students in the team? But it's not decided according to the winner but according to the teacher's preference? Counselor Zhou Xinghe continued, "As for the matters related to the military training in Black Rock Mountain tomorrow, your respective practical teachers will explain them to you after the team is confirmed." Next, Counselor Zhou Xinghe waved his hand and said, "I hope you'll come back alive 7 days later. Now, start making your choice." Start making my choice now? Why would I choose? I went to the Great Jiang Snow Mountain region and the Beijiang Snowfield during the holidays. After returning home, I only had a few days of leave. In order to adjust my mental state, I even went to Luoxing capital to cause trouble. I don't know any of these teachers. Over the years, haven't the teachers in Capital Star Warrior always chosen the students? Why is it the opposite this year? As soon as Counselor Zhou Xinghe finished speaking, no one in the classroom dared to act rashly. Jiang Zhao's first consideration was to choose a good teacher, while some of the students were thinking about choosing a good teammate. They were different from the people from the Combat Academy and the court because they were all assistants. A team of 4 assistants would enter the Black Rock Mountain for training. Would they still be lacking in healers? Would they be lacking in various buffs? The whole world was lacking in healers, but not the auxiliary courtyard. What they lacked was damage output. Strong damage output. The selection of teams at the start of school was really exciting. On the other hand, the situation in the court was completely the opposite. After the same rules were announced, the irascible damage output Dharma Kings began to look for support skills, control skills, and defensive skills. The situation in the Combat Academy's melee combat faculty was not much better. Only the Combat Academy's shield combat faculty was harmonious. All kinds of students who wanted to walk the path of defense and strength had formed teams one after another, looking like good brothers. Sitting at the back of the classroom, Jiang Xiao, who was imagining using an AWM to ambush people, suddenly realized that he was the focus of attention. Many students turned their heads and looked at the FMVP, who was merciful and compassionate in the finals. Chapter 390. Jiang Xiao lay on the table and cringed his head, looking like he was going to continue scheming against them. He scanned the students from left to right. In the end, he fixed his gaze on Kai Yao. Kai Yao winked at Jiang Xiao with her left eye. Jiang Xiao thought about it and winked at her with his left eye too. The secret code matched. Kai Yao was overjoyed. It seemed that Jiang Xiaopi had agreed to form a team. Hence, she decided not to pursue the matter of him not replying to her WeChat messages. Jiang Zhao's mobile phone was still charging in the dormitory. He really didn't know anything. Don't whisper to each other. Don't disturb the order of the class. Instructor Zhou Xinghe reprimanded. Seeing that no one moved, he continued, I'll give you 60 seconds. Once the time is up, the tutor of the practical class will be chosen at will. Although it sounded like a punishment, it was actually the traditional way of doing things in the capital Star Warriors. One after another, some students began to choose their favorite teachers. Clearly, they had done some research on the practical teachers and were well prepared. Kai Yao stood up and walked towards the front of the lecture hall with the female student beside her. As soon as the assistant of the national top 4 moved, many students stood up as well. After all, there was not much time left. To the students' surprise, the old dog who had been lurking on the hill behind them finally moved. He darted forward at lightning speed and quickly joined up with Kai Yao. There are only 3 of them. There's obviously one more? All of a sudden, the students stood up one after another. Putting their pride aside, their lives were the most important. Although every practical teacher would try their best to protect the students' lives, the so-called military training would become a 7-day escape if their team really couldn't defeat the creatures of other dimensions on the Black Boulder Mountain. Jiang Xiao didn't care too much. He was just a little puzzled. Why did Kai Yao choose the bald one among the many handsome and beautiful teachers? Is it because he's strong? The bald teacher looked at the students who quickly gathered in front of his table and smiled with a gratified smile. He fixed his gaze on Kai Yao and Jiang Xiao for a few seconds, knowing that they were the ones who had attracted the people behind them. The other teachers were embarrassed. Normally, according to the number of students assigned, each teacher would be assigned 4 students. However, there were 11 or 12 students lining up in front of the baldy. This meant that some teachers had very few students in front of them. Fortunately, there wasn't a situation where no one lined up in front of the teachers. That would be fun. The students were all favored by the heavens, and the teachers who could teach in the capital Star Warrior Academy were even more so. The bald teacher had his ways. Before the selection period was over, he waved his hand and said, I only want the first 4. The rest of you can leave. A student couldn't help but say, we have the right to challenge. The bald teacher looked at the boy and said, the reverse selection is based on the teacher's preference. My preference is first come, first serve. The faces of the students lining up behind Jiang Xiao darkened. Damn it. He's already an adult, but he's even more willful than a student? It wouldn't be accurate to say that they were willful because Kai Yao was ranked 2nd in the team while Jiang Xiao was 4th. Some students secretly cursed in their hearts. If FMVP is ranked 5th, then this damn baldy's preferences are probably 2nd to 5th? The students thought hatefully, but there were no ifs in this world. Kai Yao let out a long sigh of relief. The girl behind her jumped up and down happily, looking like a spoiled child. She looked like a pure and innocent girl. She almost kicked Jiang Xiao. You're already a university student. You're no longer a year 3 kid. You should be more mature and steady. Come, let me see what you look like. Jiang Xiao leaned forward and tilted his head. As soon as he saw the girl's cute side profile, he was reprimanded by the bald teacher. Stand properly. Line up and follow me. Jiang Xiao hurriedly stood obediently with an obedient expression. The group of 4 walked out of the lecture hall with the bald teacher and casually found an empty classroom on the 1st floor. The 4 of you sit properly. The bald teacher stood on the podium, picked up a piece of chalk, cut off the first section, and wrote 2 large words on the blackboard. Hu Gu. Jiang Xiao nodded secretly. No wonder he had to write down his name. If I said it directly, it would probably be too cute. Hoo-hoo, Mushu, hoo-hoo? Baldy, who turned around, looked at the 4 of them and said, You can call me Teacher Hu. I'll be your military instructor for these 7 days. In the upcoming military training, you must listen to my commands. You are not allowed to slack off. The 4 students nodded. Baldy, who looked at them with satisfaction and smiled. I hope I can bring you back safe and sound. I also hope that we can improve our friendship and help each other in these 7 days. After 7 days, whether or not you can get my WeChat will depend on your performance. Jiang Shao was speechless. Although what the Baldy said made sense since he was a teacher of the Imperial Capital Star Warrior Academy and a person of status, not everyone could get his contact information, but it sounded so awkward. Baldy, who said, Now it's time for you to introduce yourselves. You go first. The other boy in the group of 4 stood up and said, My name is Lu Yu, I'm from the Central Plains. In terms of healing star techniques, I won't show off. I have the halo of thorns and the seal of holy power. I'll help you guys well. I'm honored to be in the same group as you guys. Jiang Shao smacked his lips and thought to himself, Hoo-hoo and Yaya. Are they really that cute? However, this kid is really humble and gives off a good vibe. Kai Yao raised her hand and waved it casually. Kai Yao, I'm from Tianjin. In terms of healing, I won't show off. I have the silence technique and shadow restraint technique. I'll help the poisonous healer. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The naive short-haired girl stood up with a happy smile on her face. My name is Sun Shaoxing, I'm from Beijing. I won't show off my healing star technique here. I have a big stick that can remove all negative effect. It also has a refreshing effect. Whoever I hit will feel energized. Please take care of me, everyone. Is it my turn? Hee, are my siblings all so low-key? In that case, I'm definitely going to be the commander of this team. Jiang Shao stood up and said, I'm Jiang Xiaopi. In terms of healing, I'll fill my stomach. I also have a big sword that's indestructible, invincible, and invincible. Wow. Sun Shaoxing looked at Jiang Shao in admiration and said coquettishly, God Pi is so impressive. But why do you want to kill Buddhas when you meet gods? Jiang Shao was suddenly stuck before he could even finish bragging. What she said does seem to make sense. The bald-headed man smiled and said, You're very confident. We've all seen your actual combat power during the competition. I wonder how your theoretical knowledge is. Let's talk about the situation in the Black Rock Mountain. Jiang Shao was elated to hear that. Isn't this a coincidence? I just finished revising. Jiang Shao said, The Black Rock Mountain is a dimensional space. The sun is huge and the temperature is around 42 degrees Celsius. The sun is glaring and the temperature is relatively high. Those who enter the training must take precautions against the sun and heatstroke. In the dimensional space of the Black Rock Mountain, most of the terrain is a continuous mountain range composed of pitch-black rock. In the mountain range, there will occasionally be scorching red quagmires mixed in. The star beasts are small fire mud, large fire mud, black flame ghost, black flame demon. The bald-headed man closed his eyes and listened while nodding in satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. You've changed your habit of being a chatterbox. This kid will become a great person. Jiang Shao was speechless. The bald-headed man waved his hand and said, Have a good rest when you go back today. Gather at the school gate at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Jiang Shao walked all the way back to the dormitory, but the apartment building was quiet. Are the shield warriors not done yet? As soon as Jiang Shao opened the door of the dormitory, he saw Gu Shi leaning against the window in the same posture. Did this kid not go to the assembly? Did you go to the teaching building to assign teams? Jiang Shao asked with concern. Gu Shi turned around. He had been leaning against the window and had long seen Jiang Shao walk back to the apartment building. Hence, he didn't even turn around and said, Yes, I came back earlier than them. Did he forget to bring a cigarette and was in a hurry to come back? Jiang Shao looked at the faint smoke floating in Gu Shi's direction and said, Give me one to try. Gu Shi was stunned for a moment. He turned around and asked, You smoke? Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Let's play." Gu Shiren asked with a serious expression, "You don't smoke?" Jiang Shao shook his head and said, I'll try." Gu Shiren turned around and leaned out of the window. He said from afar, "No." Jiang Shao was speechless. Indeed, getting a cigarette from the evil spirit in the smoke is harder than ascending to heaven. However, Gu Shiren said slowly, "I don't do things that harm others." Jiang Shao raised his eyebrows slightly. This sentence was a little interesting. Gu Shiren put out the cigarette and turned around. He looked at Jiang Shao with a serious expression and said, "In the future, when you get addicted and want to quit but can't, you will always remember that I gave you this cigarette." Jiang Shao chuckled and walked to the window. He leaned his back against the windowsill and said, "Should I help you quit smoking?" Gu Shiren frowned slightly. After a while, he said, "This is the lifestyle I choose. I won't smoke in the dormitory anymore. I'll go outside and find a place with no one around." Jiang Shao took the blue box from the windowsill with one hand. There was a fake golden snake on it with 2 big golden words written on it. "Fake snake." "No, it's just a suggestion. Also, you misunderstood the way I said to quit smoking. I'm definitely not asking you to control your desires. Instead, I'm asking you to replace tobacco with something more addictive." Jiang Shao took out a fake snake. It had a blue beak and was quite exquisite. Gu Shiren looked at Jiang Shao warily and said, "What do you mean?" "I'm the poisonous healer of Beijiang." Jiang Shao chuckled and put one in his mouth before picking up a plastic lighter. In his previous life, when he went out with his leader to socialize, he had never separated his cigarettes and alcohol. Gu Shiren was confused. Jiang Shao waved his hand and a holy pillar of light enveloped Gu Shiren. Moreover, the pillar of light was continuous. At first, it was of silver quality. Then, it gradually decreased to brass quality and shrouded Gu Shiren. Gu Shiren's eyes suddenly widened and became blurry. It was as if he was drunk as his body swayed. The tall and burly man was turned into a pile of mud in a few seconds. His body went limp as he lay on the ground. Cough! Cough! Jiang Shao coughed a few times and looked down at Gu Shiren, who was lying limp on the ground and twitching slightly. He could not help but smile and said, "Does it feel good?" "This thing is stronger than cigarettes, isn't it?" Han Xian's voice suddenly came from the door. "Let's go, big guy. Don't block the door." Unknowingly, Renshu was already standing at the door. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and looked at the door, but Renshu's face was full of shock. He had just returned and before he could greet Jiang Shao, he saw Jiang Shao smoking a cigarette and looking at Gu Shiren, who was lying limp on the ground. He even asked, "Does it feel good? What kind of scene is this? Let's go." Renshu turned around and pushed Han Xian towards the corridor. After taking 2 steps, he even jogged back and helped Jiang Shao close the door. In the corridor, Han Xian looked at Lu Dong, who was running back in a panic, and couldn't help but be puzzled. "What happened?" Renshu shook his head vigorously. "Don't ask." Han Xian was dumbfounded. There was only one thought in Renshu's mind now. How lucky! How lucky! It was too thrilling. Fortunately, I didn't join Jiang Xiaopi's team. Han Xian was really unhappy. He raised his voice. "What happened?" Renshu looked at Han Xian with a sullen expression. After a while, he said, "I lost. Gu Shiren is a ruthless person." You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.